I always thought camping was a refuge, a way to escape the noise of life, to slow down and feel the quiet pulse of the forest beneath you. That belief carried me deep into the heart of northern Montana last October, driving my old RV over winding roads lined with skeletal trees and fading autumn leaves. The air was crisp, the kind that bites at your cheeks and seeps into your lungs with every breath, leaving a taste of iron and pine. My friends, Sam and Elise, had insisted we try a lesser-known campground, one barely marked on any map off the beaten trail. They called it Silver Pines, but as we turned onto the gravel path leading to it, the name seemed like a lie whispered by the wind. The campground was silent when we arrived. Not quiet, exactly. There was always the subtle hum of wind through branches, the distant trickle of a creek. But it was the absence of life that struck me first. No other RVs, no voices, not even the distant bark of a dog. The trees leaned inward like spectators, and the mist curling along the ground made the shadows seem alive. I felt a small flicker of unease, the kind that travels along your spine and makes your skin crawl without reason. We parked, Sam doing a surprisingly precise job for someone who swore he hated reversing RVs. The engine shut down, leaving a hollow silence. Elise jumped out, her boots crunching over frosted leaves. "It's perfect," she said, but even her voice carried a subtle tremor. I almost didn't notice. Almost. I stepped out after her, letting my boots sink into the cold earth. There was a smell, damp, something that reminded me of wet ash. I couldn't place it. We spent the first hour setting up the campsite in routine fashion, leveling the RV, checking the propane, making sure our lanterns were functional. I tried to ignore the way that the trees seemed to lean closer as we worked, the way shadows pooled unnaturally near the stumps and fallen logs. When I looked up, I noticed something odd. The fire pit in the middle of the campground, built with carefully stacked stones, held no ash, no remnants of previous use, just cold earth, dark and stubbornly unyielding, as though fire had never touched it at all. Night fell faster than I expected. The sun dipped behind the ridge in a haze of burnt orange and violet, and the temperature dropped sharply. I built a fire, or rather, I tried. The matches struck, sparks danced, and the kindling caught for a fleeting second before the flames collapsed, almost shivering into nothing. Sam tried next, then Elise, and each time it was the same. Sparks, flickers, nothing that lasted. The wind didn't feel like wind. It felt deliberate, pushing against our attempts to create warmth. I laughed, trying to mask the creeping dread. "Must be wet wood," I said. But the wetness didn't explain how the fire seemed unwilling. By midnight, the cold had settled deep in my bones. We huddled together under blankets inside the RV, listening to the forest whisper outside. That's when I first heard it, a crackling sound, faint like wood snapping, but wrong. Not from our pit, not from anywhere near the campsite. It came from the trees themselves. I pressed my face against the small window and saw nothing, only the black silhouettes shifting against the gray sky, then a flash of orange far off near the creek. A fire, I thought. Finally, warmth. But no, the glow flickered once, then vanished, leaving the same oppressive darkness. I didn't sleep. Every rustle of leaves sounded deliberate, every snap a signal. Sam and Elise eventually drifted off, trusting the RV's walls to shield them, but I couldn't. I paced, flashlight in hand, peering into the mist. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees. Too tall, too straight, almost human, but not quite. My mind fought to rationalize it, an elk maybe, or a trick of the light, but the way it paused, the way it tilted its head like it was watching me, felt intentional. Morning came, gray and dripping with fog. The fire still refused to light. Sam suggested we hike, find the source of the strange glow from last night. I agreed reluctantly. We moved through the thick underbrush, following the creek that cut through the campground like a silver ribbon. The water was oddly warm, the mist rising in lazy tendrils. And then we saw them. Prints. Deep, wide, human-like in shape, but elongated with sharp impressions where claws might be. They led from the fire pit toward the far edge of the forest, vanishing into a stand of pines that seemed impossibly dense. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Sam joked about Bigfoot, trying to shake off the tension, but I noticed Elise stiffen, her eyes darting to the trees every few seconds. There was a silence, heavy and alive, like the forest was holding its breath. And then a low hum began, almost imperceptible at first, a vibration under my feet, in my chest, a tone that made my teeth ache. Sam froze, Elise gasped, and I realized it wasn't coming from anything natural. It was deliberate, patient, waiting. We decided to retreat to the RV, but the forest seemed to have shifted while we were distracted. Paths we had walked through easily now twisted impossibly, roots and fallen logs forming barriers where none had existed. The hum grew louder, resonating through our bones. When we finally reached the campsite, I tried once more with the fire pit. I built the kindling, struck the matches, whispered pleas into the cold air, and for the first time I felt the truth. The fire refused not because of wood or wind, but because something in the forest resented it, resented warmth and light, resented life. By evening, we hadn't spoken much. The air inside the RV was thick with fear, thick enough to taste. The hum persisted, softer now, almost a lullaby, but in that lullaby was something alien, something accusing. I stared at the fire pit outside, a hole in the earth that shouldn't have felt alive, but it did. Cold and hungry. I couldn't shake the sense that it was watching us, waiting, learning. Then came the first knocks. Soft at first, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone tapping a stick against the RV's outer wall. I froze, heart hammering. Sam muttered under his breath, trying to rationalize it as tree branches, animals, anything but what my instincts screamed it was. The knocking grew closer, more insistent until it seemed to echo from every direction. And then the whispers. Faint, incomprehensible, a chorus of voices that weren't voices, carried on the wind, curling under the door through the vents into our skulls. I can't explain the panic that gripped me next. Something compelled me to open the door, to confront it, though my mind screamed to stay inside. I stepped out, feet sinking into frosted soil, and the forest was empty. The air shimmered, cold like it had frozen solid around us, and the fire pit seemed to pulse with a heartbeat I could feel against my chest. A sudden gust of wind carried a smell I'll never forget. Ash, iron, and something sweet, almost human. And then it struck me. The fire didn't burn because it never wanted to, because fire and warmth were forbidden here, because this place, this camp, demanded submission. I ran back to the RV, dragging Sam and Elise inside. We locked the doors, bolted the windows, and waited in silence as the forest hummed, crackled, whispered. Time lost meaning. Every shadow seemed alive, stretching, bending toward us. Every sound was amplified, every movement magnified. And in that endless night, I realized that the real horror wasn't in some creature, wasn't in some ghost. It was in the forest itself, in the ground, in the trees, in the fire pit that refused to flame. The camp had a memory, a will, and we were trespassers in its frozen heart. We didn't speak for hours, though every creak and sigh of the RV felt amplified in the silence. I tried to convince myself the knocking and whispers were a product of the wind, of exhaustion, of fear making monsters where there were none. But deep down, I knew better. Sam and Elise sat opposite me, curled under blankets, eyes wide and unblinking. I could see their fear mirrored in the tightness of their hands, the shallow rise and fall of their chests, the way they flinched every time the RV shuddered on the frost-hardened ground. By some cruel twist, sleep came to them. I couldn't join it. My mind refused, fixated on the fire pit, on the forest beyond our walls. I pressed my forehead to the cold window, staring into the shifting shadows, listening to the low, rhythmic hum that had not stopped since sunset. It was not wind, not branches. It had intelligence, patience, a slow, deliberate pulse. And beneath it all, I could swear I heard breathing. Not ours, not human, not quite animal either. Morning arrived, gray and fractured with mist curling low over the campsite. The RV felt warmer inside, yet hollow, almost hollowed out, as though the cold had seeped into our bones and refused to leave. I forced Sam and Elise awake. Neither of them needed prompting. Fear had rendered sleep impossible for long stretches. We ate in silence, the crackle of our uneaten cereal under spoons loud enough to sound like gunfire in the ghostly stillness. We debated leaving, but the roads leading out of the campground had vanished in the fog, or so it felt. The familiar gravel path seemed to twist, doubling back on itself, obscured by dense undergrowth that hadn't been there the day before. Every step toward what we thought was the exit became a labyrinth, the RV heavy under our hands, as though the earth itself resisted our escape. I noticed the prints again, the long, clawed impressions, deeper now, leading not away from the fire pit but circling it, like some terrible ritual had taken place in our absence. By noon, desperation had set in. I suggested splitting up. One of us could scout ahead while the other two stayed with the RV, but Elise's voice trembled. "We're not leaving each other," she whispered, and I realized we had all forgotten normalcy. The camp had rewritten our sense of safety, of time, of distance. The forest had begun to feel like a living entity, waiting just beyond our perception, and leaving one of us alone would be a mistake I wasn't willing to make. We decided to investigate the fire pit again, despite the growing dread. The cold air bit at our exposed skin, and each step toward it felt like trudging through molasses. When we reached it, I noticed the frost on the stones glistened unnaturally, like tiny crystals that pulsed under our gaze. My hands itched to touch it, though my mind screamed no. I knelt and saw the ground beneath the pit, scorched black, not from any ordinary fire, but from a cold fire, a frost that had burned the soil with ice instead of flame. It was impossible, defying logic and physics, yet I could feel it radiating, a subtle, malevolent energy. Then I heard the first voice, clear and deliberate, not whispering, not a wind-borne echo, but a full, resonant syllable. I turned, expecting Sam or Elise, but they were behind me, frozen. The sound came from the trees themselves, a voice like cracking ice and falling branches. "Leave." The word reverberated in my chest, made the hair on my arms stand on end. I wanted to laugh, to rationalize it, but my instincts screamed otherwise. Sam tried to shrug it off, humor failing him, but Elise's eyes welled with tears. It's not human," she said, voice barely audible. And I knew she was right. This camp, this forest, this pit, it had a consciousness, a memory, a will that resented intrusion. It didn't just want us gone, it wanted us to understand our trespass. We stayed close, circling the pit as though examining some alien artifact. Every attempt to ignite it, matches, lighters, small kindling, ended in failure. Sparks fizzled into nothing, and the cold burned back at us like a living thing. The sensation made my teeth chatter, my stomach knot, and I realized the camp wasn't just resisting fire. It was feeding off our fear, amplifying it, twisting it into something tangible. By mid-afternoon, the mist thickened and the forest seemed to fold inward, the trees bending toward us. Shadows moved independently, detaching from their sources. I could hear whispers everywhere now, like hundreds of voices overlapping, speaking in rhythms that made no sense yet demanded attention. Sam tried to speak, but his words dissolved into trembling, indecipherable noises. Elise clutched my arm, nails digging into my skin, and I knew our collective panic was a part of the forest's plan, as if it measured fear like sunlight and grew stronger with it. That night, we attempted sleep again, barricading ourselves in the RV. The knocking returned, louder, more insistent. It was no longer polite. It demanded our attention, pressing against the thin walls. And the whispers, they had changed, now calling our names in tones both familiar and alien. I pressed my ears to the ceiling, trying to understand, to find logic, but there was none. Only the overwhelming sense that the forest was alive, aware, and ancient, older than our species, older than memory. At some point, exhaustion overcame terror. My eyelids closed for a fraction of time, long enough to dream, and in the dream, the fire pit ignited, but the flames were inverted, blue and cold, radiating frost instead of warmth. Figures emerged from it, tall and indistinct, shapes that bent light and shadow. They didn't speak, but their gaze pierced through me, rooting me to the spot in helpless awe and fear. I woke to find Elise whispering my name, Sam shaking, all of us drenched in sweat despite the cold. The next morning, the forest seemed different. The mist clung to the ground like a living thing, curling over our wheels and steps. The prints around the fire pit had multiplied, forming patterns too precise to be random. Something had circled us while we slept, observing, rearranging the world subtly, so we felt lost before even moving. I understood then that the camp had rules we had violated by seeking warmth, by trespassing, by not respecting its silence. And yet, somewhere deep, I felt a spark of defiance, a refusal to be consumed by fear without learning from it. We attempted one final escape, driving cautiously, lights on high, fog pressing against the windshield like icy fingers. The paths twisted, the gravel seemed endless, and the forest whispered in tones of amusement. But then, at the ridge that marked the edge of the campground, I glimpsed something that stopped me cold. The fire pit from afar, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat, still refusing flame, still alive. And in that pulse, I recognized a truth that would linger long after we left. Fear is not always a signal to flee. Sometimes it is a teacher shaping perception, demanding respect, forcing humility in the face of forces larger than oneself. By late afternoon, we emerged from the forest. Sunlight fell on us like a benediction. The RV felt lighter, the road familiar. Yet, even as we drove away, I knew the camp had left its mark. It wasn't malevolent in the traditional sense. It was indifferent, timeless, a place where human warmth could not penetrate without consequence. But it was not cruel. It was a lesson, written in frost, in shadow, in whispers, that would echo in our minds for years to come. And even now, when I think back, when I tell this story, I feel the cold beneath my feet, the hum in the air, the fire that refused to burn. It teaches me still to respect the unknown, to listen to fear without succumbing to it, to understand that some places in this world exist beyond our control, yet within their resistance lies clarity, survival, and if you are brave enough to endure it, wisdom. Even as we drove down the winding roads away from the mist and the suffocating forest, a part of me refused to leave entirely. The experience clung to my mind, not like a memory I could set aside, but like a weight pressing against my skull, demanding attention. Every time I blinked, I saw the fire pit's pulse, cold and impossible, as if it had carved itself into my vision. Sam muttered something about never coming back, but I wasn't sure he meant the campground or the memory. That night, in the RV parked at a legitimate campground far from Silver Pines, sleep came reluctantly. I stared at the ceiling, hearing echoes of the whispers in the hum of the refrigerator, in the wind rattling the vents, in the creek nearby that trickled like it had back in the forest. Elise finally dozed, exhausted, but I remained awake, cataloging every sound, every memory, trying to rationalize the horror we had endured. And then I remembered something I hadn't dared consider before. The camp had been teaching us. It wasn't malicious. It was instructive. Fire had refused because we had underestimated the forest, because warmth and life were not to be taken for granted in places like that. The knocking, the whispers, the prints, they were all reminders, prompts to pay attention, to respect, to survive. I realized then that fear had not just been our enemy. It had been a tool, shaping us, forcing vigilance, sharpening instincts dulled by convenience and routine. The next morning, we packed silently. The forest behind us loomed like a sleeping giant, still cloaked in mist, still alive in ways we couldn't comprehend. Driving away, I noticed subtle changes in the landscape, as if the camp had extended its reach beyond the trees, shadows lingering longer than light should allow, the wind carrying that same metallic, sweet scent that had haunted the fire pit. I felt it pressing against me, even from miles away. But there was clarity in that pressure, too. Awareness, respect. Weeks passed, and I found myself replaying every detail. The stubborn fire, the prints, the low, intelligent hum. Friends who hadn't been there joked about exaggeration, about Montana ghost stories. I didn't argue. There were no words that could convey the experience's magnitude, no way to make it tangible for someone who hadn't felt the cold burn of the forest's indifference. Yet the lesson persisted. I found myself approaching camping differently, with caution, with humility, with a deep-seated understanding that some places exist beyond control and that acknowledging them on their own terms is as vital as any safety protocol. It wasn't fear alone that stayed with me. It was comprehension, the recognition that the world is layered in ways most of us never perceive. The forest at Silver Pines hadn't attacked us. It had resisted. It had endured. It had reminded us of our place. I began to see the ordinary campsites, the trails, the rivers, with fresh eyes. Every crackling fire, every whisper of wind, every shadow cast by the trees became a dialogue, an exchange I had previously ignored. And in listening, truly listening, I found a subtle empowerment. Fear no longer paralyzed. It instructed. It guided. It demanded respect. And in that respect, I discovered strength. Months later, I returned, not to camp, not to challenge the forest, but to observe from the road, to watch the mist coil around the trees, to see the fire pit from afar, still dark, still resolute. There was a peace there, a kind of ancient order that didn't require human intervention. And for the first time, I understood fully what it meant when a place refuses your attempts to dominate it. Control is an illusion. Life, warmth, fire, they are precious, fragile, and deserving of reverence. Sam and Elise never voiced the lesson quite as explicitly, but it showed in their choices, in their hesitation to intrude where we didn't belong. We shared glances at future campsites, silently acknowledging that the world has boundaries beyond maps and signs, beyond fences and roads. That acknowledgement carried a quiet pride, a subtle transformation. The RV trips continued, but with patience, with awareness, with the knowledge that the forest watches, remembers, and responds. Even now, when I plan a new camping route, I think of Silver Pines, not with dread, but with a measured respect. The memory of that cold fire, of the prints, of the whispers, is not a source of terror. It is a compass. It reminds me that every campsite, every forest, every stretch of wilderness carries its own spirit, its own rules, its own voice. And survival, true survival, comes not from ignoring those rules, but from observing, listening, and adapting. I carry that lesson in every journey, in every fire I light, in every shadow I pass through. The fear I felt there has been transformed into vigilance, into reverence, into empowerment. Silver Pines remains an unbroken presence in my mind, a sentinel of wisdom and warning. The forest, the fire pit, the cold that burned, it all taught me something enduring. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the understanding of it, the conversation with it, and the resolve to move forward despite it. I remember the final morning we left, the RV loaded and ready. The forest still seemed alive, bending toward us, watching. And yet, I no longer felt like a trespasser entirely. I felt like a student carrying the knowledge of what is powerful and indifferent, of what demands attention and respect. I realized that some places, some experiences will leave marks on you that are invisible to the world, but indelible to the self. Fear is the language. Wisdom is the translation. Driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The mist curled around the trees like fingers, almost caressing the RV, almost guiding us. And I felt a surge of gratitude for the terror, for the impossibility, for the cold fire that refused to burn. It was a force older than memory, indifferent yet instructive, terrifying yet essential. And in that understanding, I found a quiet empowerment that no forest, no shadow, no impossible fire could ever take from me. That night, when I finally lay in a proper bed, I closed my eyes and let sleep take me. But in the quiet darkness, I still felt the hum, the pulse, the whisper of Silver Pines. And I knew in my bones that the camp had not released us. It had entrusted us with knowledge, forged in frost and shadow, to carry forward with humility and courage. I had learned to walk with fear, not against it, and in that balance, I discovered the truest kind of freedom. A freedom born from respect, vigilance, and the courage to confront what cannot be conquered. The weeks after Silver Pines passed in a strange haze, like moving through water thick with memory. I returned to my routines, my work, my life in the ordinary world, yet nothing felt quite ordinary anymore. Every flicker of flame, every whisper of wind, every shadow stretching across the floor reminded me of that forest, of that impossible fire, of the intelligence that had observed, judged, and in its own cold way, taught me. Fear had become a companion rather than an enemy, a teacher rather than a tormentor. One night, months later, I found myself back on the road, the RV humming steadily beneath me, headlights cutting through the darkness. I was heading toward another campsite, another adventure, but Silver Pines was never far from my thoughts. The road curved, the trees pressed in, and for a moment I imagined the mist curling from the roadside, bending like it had once bent toward the fire pit. My hands tightened on the wheel, not from panic, but from focus. Vigilance, respect, awareness. We arrived at a small campground in Colorado, peaceful, ordinary, unassuming. Sam and Elise moved about with ease, setting up, laughing quietly at minor mishaps. I followed, yet my senses were alert, scanning the edges of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig. I lit the fire that evening, and this time it caught without struggle, glowing warmly, reliably. And yet I treated it differently, not as something owed to me, but as a gift to be tended, observed, respected. Flames danced, shadows shifted across our faces, and I felt a surge of gratitude for the lesson from Silver Pines. Later that night, as I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the forest breathe, I thought of the fire pit, pulsing faintly in memory. I thought of the prints circling the stones, the whispers in the wind, the cold that burned with intelligence. And I realized that courage, survival, and wisdom are inseparable when faced with forces beyond understanding. The camp had been a crucible, a place where fear could either consume or instruct. I had chosen the latter. I spoke to Sam and Elise quietly, not to alarm them, but to acknowledge the experience we shared. It wasn't just about fear, I said softly. It was about learning to respect what we can't control, understanding our place and carrying that knowledge forward. That's the real fire. They nodded, understanding in silence, each of us changed subtly yet profoundly by what we had endured. In the days that followed, I found myself seeing the wilderness differently. Trails became stories, rivers became teachers, shadows became guides. The world felt alive, intricate, deliberate. And even in moments of stillness, in the calm of a quiet campsite, I felt the echo of Silver Pines, the pulse of the fire that refused to burn, the intelligence in the frost, the forest watching, always watching. I no longer feared it. I honored it. Years later, I would tell this story to others in a voiceover, in words meant to warn and inspire, to convey that the wilderness is not merely a backdrop for adventure, but a living, responsive force. That fear is not weakness, it is information. That courage is born not from denying fear, but from engaging with it, understanding it, learning from it. Silver Pines remained a lesson in resilience, in vigilance, in respect. And though the forest itself would remain untouchable, its impact was etched into my very being. I never returned to Silver Pines, and I never intended to. Yet its presence travels with me, a quiet rhythm beneath every journey, every choice, every moment of confrontation with the unknown. The fire that once refused to burn has since become a symbol of caution, of awareness, of the power of listening when the world speaks in tones we are not accustomed to. And in that listening, I discovered something unexpected: freedom. Freedom not from fear, but within it. As I camp now, setting up the fire with deliberate care, watching the flames reflect in the eyes of friends and strangers alike, I carry that memory. The hum of the forest, the cold fire, the whispers all remind me that we are temporary visitors in the world, fragile yet capable of enduring if we pay attention. Every crackle of flame, every rustle of leaves, every shadow is a conversation waiting to be understood. And so I teach, and so I observe, and so I live. Not in denial of fear, not in rebellion against nature, but in partnership with it. The camp where fire froze is no longer a place of terror for me. It is a place of awakening, a place that demanded respect, that forced clarity, that left me empowered. I carry it with me in the tremor of cold wind, the flicker of uncertain light, the pulse of a world that exists beyond human dominion. I have learned that fear, when confronted with courage and understanding, transforms. It becomes a compass, a guide, a teacher. Silver Pines remains untamed, indifferent, eternal, and I am different because of it. I am alert, I am humble, I am alive, and in that realization, I finally feel the warmth I sought, not from fire, not from light, but from comprehension, respect, and the unwavering knowledge that courage is forged in the coldest, darkest, and most demanding of places. That is the lesson of the camp where fire froze. That is the gift it left behind. That is the story I carry forward for anyone willing to listen, willing to learn, and willing to walk with fear rather than against it. The night stretches on, but I am unafraid. I know now that the fire always burns, not always in flames, but in understanding, in vigilance, in respect for the unknown. The forest whispers, and I answer with awareness. The camp still exists somewhere beyond sight, untouchable, unyielding, eternal, and somewhere in its cold, frozen heart I feel not terror, but gratitude. The first time I turned my RV down one of those old logging roads, I remember feeling a weight in the air I couldn't name. The paved highway had been smooth and predictable, the kind of road that lulls you into thinking the world is steady and safe. But the moment the tires crunched onto gravel and the trees closed in on both sides, the world shifted. The forest seemed older here, hushed, as though it had been waiting for someone like me to wander off the main road. It wasn't just silence. It was the kind of quiet that pressed against the windows, muffling even the sound of my own engine. I told myself I was just being sensitive, that every camper feels it when the world suddenly shrinks to a single narrow path between endless walls of pine. But in my gut, I knew I'd crossed into something different, something watching. I was alone, though not entirely by choice. My buddy Marcus, who was supposed to make the trip with me, had bailed at the last minute, muttering something about bad timing and not feeling right about the area. He'd grown up not too far from these hills, and I should have taken his hesitation as a warning. Instead, I brushed it off, loaded the van, and convinced myself that a solo trip might be good for me. I told myself I'd get to test my resilience, maybe find a new story to tell about what it means to push into the wilderness alone. It's a dangerous thing, sometimes, when pride and stubbornness sound exactly like courage. The first stretch of road twisted up the slope, hemmed in by towering Douglas firs. The forest was so dense that daylight felt dim, as if the sun was already setting, though my dashboard clock read only 4 in the afternoon. Every curve seemed sharper than the last, and the road narrower, until my side mirrors skimmed branches and the trees leaned so close they seemed to whisper against the roof. I could smell the resin, sharp and earthy, mixed with the dampness of soil that had never fully dried. The scent was intoxicating, a reminder that this was old forest, never truly tamed, not even when men had cut roads into it decades ago. About 2 miles in, the air shifted again. Not colder exactly, but heavier, as though the trees exhaled something I wasn't meant to breathe. I cracked my window and instantly regretted it. The smell was still pine, still earth, but underneath it was a sourness, faint but insistent, like meat gone bad. I glanced at the floor of the forest as I drove, looking for a carcass or maybe a bear's leftovers. But there was nothing, just moss, rotting stumps, and the shadows between trunks that seemed deeper than they should have been. I rolled the window back up, telling myself that smell must come from a patch of stagnant water nearby. My chest tightened anyway. The road leveled out into a small clearing where an old logging deck must have been decades ago. I decided that would be my campsite for the night. It was flat, open enough to turn the van around, and far from the main road. Exactly the kind of spot I always claimed I wanted. Quiet, undisturbed, free from other campers. I set the parking brake and killed the engine, and just like that, silence hit me full force. I've camped in deserts, on beaches, even deep in the Rockies, but I'd never heard silence quite like this. Usually there's a hum, wind, insects, distant traffic if you're unlucky. Here, though, it felt like even the birds had decided they wanted no part of me. I stepped out of the van and stood in the stillness. My boots crunched the gravel, but as soon as I stopped moving, it was as if the world stopped breathing. The tree line crowded the edges of the clearing, pressing in from all sides. And then, so faint I almost thought I imagined it, I heard the sound of wood tapping. 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate, somewhere deeper in the trees. I froze. My first thought was another camper, but I knew no one had passed me on the road, and there were no fresh tire tracks. Then I told myself it must have been a woodpecker, even though the rhythm was too steady, too human. I didn't move until it stopped, and when it did, the silence felt even heavier. I busied myself with small tasks, trying to smother the unease before it could settle in. I cooked a quick dinner on the propane stove, ate with the door open, and forced myself to listen for normal forest sounds, a squirrel rustling, a branch creaking, anything ordinary. But the forest gave me nothing back, just the low drone of my own pulse in my ears. When the light faded, I tried to tell myself it would feel better once the stars came out, once I could see the sky. But the trees were too tall, the clearing too hemmed in. Darkness fell like a curtain, sudden and absolute, and the stars never showed their faces. I climbed into the van, locked the doors, and told myself to sleep early. That's the trick with camping alone. Stay disciplined. Don't let your mind wander down paths it shouldn't. But my mind wouldn't settle. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something brushing against the side of the van. Sometimes it was a whisper of branches, but the van was parked too far from the tree line for that. Other times it was softer, like fingertips dragging across metal. I sat up, turned on my lantern, and scanned through the windows. Nothing, just blackness. My own reflection staring back at me. It was past midnight when the sound came again, but this time it was closer. Not against the van, directly outside the driver's door. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching gravel. My throat tightened. I sat perfectly still, barely breathing, waiting for the sound to move, to fade, to explain itself. But it didn't. The steps stopped right outside the door. My door. Inches away from where I sat. And then, that same tapping. 3 knocks. This time, not from the forest, from the metal of my van. The knocks reverberated through the van like they were inside my chest. My hand went instinctively to the flashlight I kept wedged between the seats, but I didn't turn it on. Part of me thought light would make me safer, and the other part thought if I shined it through the window, I'd see something I could never unsee. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears rang. The forest stayed mute. No night insects, no owls, not even wind. Just my heart hammering against my ribs and the memory of those 3 taps. I counted the seconds, staring at the thin curtain that separated me from the driver's side window. 1, 2, 10, 20. Nothing else came. Slowly, I stretched forward and pulled the curtain back an inch. My breath fogged the glass instantly, like the air outside was colder than it should have been. But there was nothing there. No shadow. No figure. Just the faint outline of my van's mirror against the dark tree line. I wanted to believe I'd imagined the whole thing, that maybe gravel had shifted as the van settled. But no. I knew what I'd heard. I sat awake until my lantern's battery began to dim, and even then, I was afraid to turn it off. When exhaustion finally dragged me under, my dreams were jagged and restless. I dreamed of someone circling the van, dragging their hand along the metal, whispering words I couldn't understand. I dreamed I opened the door and saw nothing but forest, endless and shifting, with no road leading back the way I came. At some point, I jolted awake, unsure if it was dream or sound that pulled me out of sleep. My clock read 3:12 a.m. My mouth was dry, my body cold despite the layers. Then I noticed it, the smell. That same sour rot I'd caught on the breeze earlier, but stronger now, like it was seeping in through the vents. I pressed my sleeve against my nose, gagging, and that's when I realized my windows had fogged again. Only this time it wasn't from my breath. There were streaks, long deliberate smears where something had dragged across the outside glass. I told myself I needed to leave right then, in the dead of night. Road be damned. But fear pinned me in place. I couldn't bring myself to open the driver's door, not when every part of me was screaming that something still stood just out of sight. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles ached, whispering prayers to an empty van, and somehow I stayed put until the blackness outside gave way to the faintest trace of gray. Dawn. The light revealed no tracks, no footprints around the van. The gravel looked undisturbed, like no one had been there at all. But the streaks on the windows were real. They trailed in downward arcs, as if someone had leaned in close, palms pressed to the glass, peering in at me while I slept. My stomach knotted. I cleaned them off with shaking hands, refusing to study the width of the smears, refusing to ask myself if they were too wide for human fingers. I should have left right then. That would have been the smart choice, the safe one. But pride is a poison that eats common sense. I told myself daylight would change things. That whatever had happened in the night was just nerves, just tricks of the dark. I convinced myself that I'd come this far, and leaving after one unsettling night would make me look weak, though there was no one around to judge me but the trees. So I stayed. The day crawled. I hiked a little down one of the side spurs, trying to shake the claustrophobia that came with sitting in the van too long. But the forest felt wrong in the daylight, too. Shadows hung thick between the trunks, and every time I stopped, I swore I could hear something faint and rhythmic. Not footsteps, not animals, more like distant chopping. The kind of steady thunk of an axe biting into wood, carrying faint on the still air. But when I followed the sound, it never grew closer. It shifted, always just out of reach. By the time I returned to camp, the sky was already dimming, though my watch told me it was barely past 6. The air cooled faster than it should have, the forest swallowing warmth with the light. I lit a small fire in the ring of rocks at the clearing's edge, just for comfort, though something in me hated the idea of being visible, of broadcasting my presence to whatever else lingered nearby. The flames popped, casting wild shadows, and I tried to keep myself busy cooking beans from a can, sipping at water that tasted faintly metallic. That's when I heard it again. Knocking. But not 3 this time. 5. Faster, harder, coming from the tree line itself. I dropped the can into the dirt, my head snapping toward the sound. The firelight barely reached that far, and the darkness beyond seemed impenetrable. But I could hear it clearly. Knock, 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 knock. I stood, every nerve on edge, trying to convince myself it was a branch falling, maybe a deer kicking at wood. But the rhythm was too deliberate, too human. I backed toward the van, eyes locked on the tree line, when another knock echoed from behind me. My whole body whipped around. Another 5 knocks. Different direction. The forest answering itself. Something in my chest cracked then. The rational part of me, the one that kept insisting on explanations, finally broke. This wasn't normal. This wasn't a trick of nerves or the wind. I was being watched, surrounded, toyed with. My fire hissed as the beans spilled into the dirt, and in that small sound I realized just how loud my own movements were, how easy it would be for anything out there to track me. I stumbled back into the van, slammed the door, and locked it. The knocking stopped immediately, like silence was its own message. My breath fogged the glass again, my body trembling in waves. I didn't dare turn off the lantern. I didn't dare move. And then, for the first time since I'd arrived, I heard a voice. It came low, almost a whisper, from somewhere beyond the fire. Just one word. My name. The sound of my name slid across the clearing like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. It wasn't loud. If anything, it was softer than the wind, but it carried with it a certainty that made my blood turn to ice. Whoever or whatever had spoken knew me. Not just in the general way of shouting, "Hey you," into the dark. They knew my name. I froze, hunched over in the driver's seat, my breath shallow, waiting to hear it again. For a moment there was only silence, stretching, suffocating. Then it came again, a whisper. My name, spoken in a tone that was almost tender, too tender, like a parent coaxing a child to come closer. I wanted to scream, to blast the horn, to do something to drive it away, but fear locked me into stillness. My rational mind tried to build explanations. Maybe it was Marcus playing some twisted prank, maybe some hiker had followed me here, But Marcus was 3 hours away, and no stranger would know my name unless they'd been close enough to hear me say it aloud. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving. The fire outside crackled, but its comfort had turned on me. The flames made me visible, outlined my van in the clearing like a stage set. I was a spotlighted target, and whatever lurked just beyond the glow could see me perfectly, while I saw nothing at all. I yanked the blanket off the passenger seat and draped it over the lantern, half dimming the light inside. The shadows closed in, but at least it gave me a shred of concealment. The voice didn't come again. Instead, the knocking returned. This time, softer, scattered, almost playful. One knock against the tree line to my left. A pause. Then two behind me, then three on the other side. My van became the center of a circle, and whatever was out there was walking it, marking territory I hadn't been invited into. Each knock reverberated in my bones until I felt like I was vibrating with the forest itself. I squeezed the steering wheel and forced myself to breathe. I had two choices: sit here and let the night eat me alive, or get out while I still could. My hand drifted toward the keys in the ignition. I could reverse, spin the van, and tear down that logging road, even if it meant smashing branches or gouging the undercarriage. But something in me knew the road would not be the same at night. I imagined endless trees, bends that led nowhere, headlights showing me a path that looped back into itself. I shut my eyes and whispered to myself, wait for dawn. Just wait for dawn. But waiting meant enduring. The night deepened, and with it came the first real sound of movement, a soft crunch in the gravel just feet from the van. My skin went hot, then cold. I didn't dare look directly, but in my peripheral vision, I caught the faintest flicker, a darker shadow against the dark, something tall, just at the edge of the fire's glow. It didn't move closer. It didn't need to. It just stood there, the firelight breathing faint orange across its outline, like a tree that wasn't supposed to be there. Minutes bled into hours. I don't remember when my body gave up and slumped sideways against the seat, exhaustion heavier than fear. My dreams were fractured, full of tapping, whispering, and the stench of rot pressing down on me like a blanket. When my eyes snapped open again, the fire was long dead, and dawn was struggling to cut through the tree line. Pale gray light spilled into the clearing, thin but blessed. The spot where I thought I'd seen the shadow was empty. My hands trembled as I started the van, half expecting the engine to choke, half expecting something to press against the glass the moment I moved. But it roared to life on the first turn, the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I threw it into gear and spun the wheels, gravel spraying as I nosed the van toward the logging road. That's when I saw it. On the hood. Smears. Dark streaks, like dried resin, but thicker, heavier. Palm prints. 2 of them. Right above where my head had rested as I tried to sleep. I gunned it, swerving back onto the road so fast the suspension screamed. The forest seemed to lean closer with every turn, branches clawing at the sides, but I didn't slow. The road bucked and twisted, but I kept my foot down, convinced that if I hesitated even once, the van would never leave those woods. My eyes flicked constantly to the mirrors, and more than once I swore I saw movement darting between the trees behind me, something tall, too fast to be human. It took longer than it should have, but eventually the light shifted. The trees thinned, and suddenly the asphalt of the main road appeared like salvation itself. I pulled onto it so hard the tires squealed, and only once I was a good 3 miles out did I let myself stop. My chest heaved, sweat soaking my shirt, hands trembling so badly I could barely shift into park. When I climbed out to inspect the van, the prints were still there. Not dirt, not sap. Something darker crusted into the paint. The sour smell clung to it, and when I brushed my fingers across one streak, the residue smeared like blood gone old. I scrubbed at it with a rag from my toolbox, but the stain clung stubbornly, sinking into the paint like it belonged there. I told myself never again. Never down those roads. Never into forests that don't want me. I drove straight through to the next town and parked at a crowded truck stop, where diesel engines and fluorescent lights made me feel like I'd returned to the real world. But even there, with people around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed. Because that night, as I tried to sleep with a dozen semis idling around me, I heard it again. Knock, 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 on the side of my van. And just beneath the sound, so faint I almost convinced myself it was dream, came the whisper. My name. I didn't open the curtain that night at the truck stop. I didn't look, didn't even shift in my seat. I just pressed my back against the wall of the van like a child, hoping the monster under the bed couldn't reach that far. The knock had been light, almost polite, but the weight it carried was heavier than anything I'd felt in those woods. It was a reminder, a claim, and the whisper of my name, soft as a breath against glass, sealed the truth that leaving the logging road hadn't set me free. I stayed awake until the sky lightened over the line of parked semis, waiting for the comfort of morning. When I finally cracked the door, the other truckers were already stirring, stretching, loading up on gas station coffee. Nobody gave me a second glance. No one had heard anything. I checked the van, heart pounding, half expecting new prints, some proof that the night had been real. But the hood was clean now, wiped by hands I never saw. The streaks from the clearing were gone as if they'd sunk into the paint and bled out in the dark. Only the smell lingered, faint, clinging, sour in a way that made me gag if I inhaled too sharply. I should have gone home. I should have left the mountains behind and sworn off forest camping for good. But something pulled at me. A knot of defiance and curiosity wound tight. If I walked away, I'd never know what had really happened. If it had been someone playing with me or something older, darker, that lived in those roads. That stubbornness, some would call it pride, others insanity, kept me moving deeper into the territory where those old logging roads branched like veins through the hills. 2 days later, after restless nights in crowded lots where I thought I heard faint knocks between the snores of engines, I drove back north. Not to the same road, but another one, 20 miles away. Marcus had warned me about these areas before, told me stories he'd heard from his uncle who used to work the mills. Men gone missing, camps abandoned with food still warm, strange patterns carved into tree trunks that looked like warnings no one could read. I'd laughed it off then. Now those stories felt less like campfire tales and more like breadcrumbs I should have followed long ago. The new road was worse than the first. Overgrown, barely wide enough for the van, lined with alder and hemlock that leaned inward as if conspiring to shut me out. My tires slipped over moss patches and crunched branches that hadn't been disturbed in years. Every 100 feet I had to edge around fallen logs, the forest reclaiming what men had once stolen. The air was colder here, damp in a way that seeped into my lungs. It smelled of earth so rich it felt alive. And underneath it, that sour note again, faint but familiar. I parked where the road ended in a collapsed bridge. The clearing was narrow, claustrophobic, with tree trunks packed so tightly I could barely see 10 feet in. Still, I set up camp. Pride again. Defiance again. But beneath those excuses, if I was honest, was the pull. The sense that whatever had touched my van, whispered my name, wanted me here. And part of me wanted to know why. The first night passed almost quietly. Almost. No knocks. No voices. Just the sensation of being watched so strongly I could barely swallow my food. My lantern flickered once or twice, though the battery was new, and sometime past midnight I swore I felt the van shift, rocking ever so slightly like something had brushed against it. I told myself it was wind, even though the trees didn't move. It was the second night when it started again. The first knock came early before I'd even climbed into the van. I was sitting on a folding chair by the fire, pretending to read, when 3 knocks rang out from the trees behind me. I froze, my book slipping from my hands. Another 3 followed, this time from the left. Then another, closer, from the right. My fire hissed as a log collapsed, and the sound was enough to break my paralysis. I backed toward the van, each step slow, deliberate, as if sudden movement would trigger something waiting just beyond the light. When I closed the door and locked it, the knocking stopped. The silence afterward was worse, though, because silence meant waiting. Silence meant it was letting me feel safe, just for a moment, before reminding me I wasn't. It came at 2 a.m. sharp. 5 knocks on the rear door. Slow, heavy, like fists testing the metal. My body snapped awake, sweat dripping though the air was cold. I clutched the flashlight, the only weapon I had, though I knew it would do nothing. The knocks came again, harder this time, and then slid along the side panel, the sound of knuckles dragging against steel. And then footsteps. Not light ones, not hesitant, heavy, deliberate. Circling the van, crushing gravel with each step. My breath stuttered. I tracked the sound as it moved from the rear to the driver's side to the front to the passenger's side and back again. Around and around, faster, closer, until it sounded like more than one set of steps. 2, maybe 3, overlapping in a rhythm meant to unhinge me. I pressed my palms against my ears, but I still heard it. I felt it, vibrating through the frame of the van. When it stopped, the silence was so sharp it felt like a blade pressed to my throat. And then, through the window, came the faintest shadow. Tall, wrong in proportion, like the arms were too long, the head tilted too far to the side. It leaned against the glass, and though the condensation had already fogged the window, I swore I saw the outline of a smile. That was the moment I broke. I turned the key, slammed the gear into drive, and floored it. The van lurched forward, firelight flashing across the trees as I tore back down the road. Branches screeched against the sides, the undercarriage cracked against rocks, but I didn't care. I kept my eyes locked on the tunnel of headlights, while praying the road would spit me back out into the world of asphalt and towns and people who had never heard of things that knock in the night. Behind me, faint but certain, I heard it. Running. Footsteps pounding the gravel faster than the van, closing in, matching my speed. My hands shook on the wheel as I swerved around a fallen log, the headlights bouncing, the road a blur. The pounding grew louder, closer, until it sounded like it was right on top of me, sprinting beside me in the dark. I didn't dare look. I didn't dare confirm what I already knew, that something was keeping pace, inhumanly fast, waiting for me to falter. And then, as suddenly as it began, the sound cut off. The trees broke, the road widened, and the paved highway appeared in a rush of gray under my beams. I shot onto it without even checking for traffic, lungs burning, vision blurred with tears I hadn't realized I'd shed. I drove until I hit the first gas station, parking under the harsh fluorescent lights, shaking so hard I could barely turn the key to kill the engine. The van was streaked with scratches, long arcs carved deep into the paint. Some were too high, far above where branches could have reached. The sour smell clung to the metal, and when I stepped out, legs weak, I noticed something lodged in the seam of the door. A splinter of wood. Fresh. Wet. Dark as if soaked in something that wasn't sap. I didn't touch the splinter. I didn't even want to breathe near it. I slammed the door shut and backed away, staring at the thing jutting from the seam as if it were alive. In the harsh white glow of the gas station canopy lights, it gleamed faintly wet, not like tree sap, not like rain. I thought about pulling it free, tossing it into the trash, but a cold instinct told me not to. To touch it would be to invite something I couldn't control into my skin. So I left it. I filled the tank with trembling hands, glancing around the empty lot. The attendant inside the station didn't look up from his magazine. Trucks rumbled past on the highway. For the first time in days, I was surrounded by signs of civilization, and yet I had never felt more hunted. The scratches on the van told their own story, one no one here would believe, and every time I inhaled, the faint rot clung to the air, a reminder that the forest wasn't done with me. I drove again. Not north, not toward the mountains. South, then east, farther than I needed to go. Every mile of asphalt between me and those roads felt like a lifeline. But no matter how far I went, the fear came with me. Nights became the worst. Parking lots, rest areas, quiet streets behind motels. I heard it everywhere. The tapping, sometimes faint, sometimes bold. Always 3 knocks first, then silence, as though reminding me, it remembers. Sometimes in the moments between waking and sleep, I swore I heard my name breathed against the glass. The rational part of me fought hard. I told myself it was trauma, that the forest had sunk its claws into my nerves and left them raw. I read about sleep paralysis, about auditory hallucinations born of exhaustion and stress. I told myself this was explainable. That belief lasted until the morning I woke in a Walmart parking lot and found condensation smeared in wide arcs across the windshield, not from inside, from outside. And on the hood, faint but visible in the dew, were handprints. 3. Arranged in a triangle, palms down, fingers spread, as if something had pressed them into the metal to steady itself while looking in. I drove until my eyes burned and the radio blurred into static. I drove until mountains gave way to plains, until the trees thinned into open fields. I thought distance would be protection, that whatever clung to those logging roads was bound by the forest that birthed it. But it wasn't. It had followed me. One night, weeks later, I stopped at a KOA near the Nebraska border. It was crowded, families grilling, kids riding bikes, RVs lined up like a small village. The laughter and chatter eased something in me. I told myself, finally, here was safety. Here was light, company, noise to drown out the silence. I almost believed it until I woke at 3 a.m. The campground was silent. No crickets, no distant hum of traffic, not even the creak of camper doors in the breeze. I sat upright in my bunk, my chest pounding, and then I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. Not on the van this time. On the picnic table outside. 3 measured raps against the wood. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My eyes locked on the curtain where faint light from a distant lamppost painted shadows across the fabric. Then came the whisper. Not my name this time. A different word, low, broken, drawn out like it had been waiting to use it. Stay. I shoved the pillow over my ears, but I still heard it inside me, vibrating against my ribs. I don't remember falling asleep. When morning came, the campground was alive with noise again. Dogs barking, coffee brewing, engines turning over. But on the picnic table, clear as scars, were 3 gouges in the wood. Long, straight, too deep for nails or knives. I left without checking out. From that point on, every campground, every stop carried the same dread. The knocks came less often, but the waiting, the silence was worse. Sometimes days would pass without a sound, and I'd think maybe it was over. Then at the edge of sleep, I'd hear it again, tap, 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 always enough to remind me it hadn't let go. I started asking around, quietly. Other campers, old-timers in diners, clerks at gear shops, most shrugged me off, but a few gave me looks I couldn't forget. Tight-lipped, guarded, like they knew exactly what I meant but had no intention of speaking it aloud. One man in a small Oregon town leaned close over his coffee and muttered, "You stay off those roads, son. They're not for us. They belong to the ones still working when we stopped cutting." When I pressed, he shook his head and walked out, leaving his plate half full. The more I searched, the more I realized how common the silence was. People didn't talk about the roads, not directly. But they avoided them. Town maps with gaps where spurs should have been. Hunters who warned me off trails near old mills. Loggers who went missing in the 60s and were never found. And every so often, in the corner of a story, that same detail. Knocking in the woods. Sometimes mistaken for woodpeckers, sometimes called signals. Always steady. Always deliberate. I should have stopped digging. Every answer only tightened the noose of dread. But I couldn't stop. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was necessity. If something had followed me out of those hills, I needed to understand it. I needed to know why. One night, parked in a rest area in Kansas, I found my answer. Or part of it. I woke to the sound of rain, but when I sat up, the windshield was dry. The rain was inside my dream. Outside, under the fluorescent lamps, the world was clear. But on the rear window, letters had been traced into the condensation. Not by my hand. Not from inside. 5 words. Jagged, uneven, smeared like they'd been drawn by something with too many joints in its fingers. You came back too late. I sat frozen until dawn, watching those words drip and fade with the morning heat. I didn't move, didn't breathe. And for the first time, I realized this wasn't just about the forest or about me. This thing, whatever it was, had been waiting. It wasn't random. It wasn't chance. It had claimed me, not when I turned down the first logging road, but long before that. Maybe when I ignored Marcus's warnings. Maybe when I laughed at the old stories. Maybe when I thought my pride was bigger than the silence of those hills. It didn't matter anymore. Because now, no matter where I drove, I could still hear it. In the hum of the tires, in the knock of fuel lines, in the quiet between radio static, 3 knocks, 5, always there. And sometimes in the glass of a diner window or the sheen of water at a rest stop, I catch the reflection of trees that aren't really there. Hemlock and fir, crowded close with shadows leaning too far forward, watching, waiting. And I know. The logging roads never let go. I keep telling myself that someday, if I drive far enough, if I put enough miles between me and those forests, I'll find a place where the knocking can't reach me, that there will be a campground, loud with voices, with dogs barking and music spilling from radios, where the silence won't creep in around the edges of night. But every time I stop, every time I close my eyes, the truth returns. It isn't about distance. It isn't about where I park. The forest carried something out with me, something that doesn't care about borders or towns or the thin illusion of safety. And yet, I'm still here. I'm still alive. That fact alone gnaws at me because it means something has chosen not to finish what it started. Or maybe it isn't about finishing. Maybe it's about feeding, about wearing me down until I stop fighting and open the door myself. That thought chills me more than anything I've heard in the night. Well, because I know how close I've come to giving in. The whisper of my name, the voice telling me to stay. There are nights I've felt the temptation, the pull of stepping out into the dark just to see if the fear would end. And maybe that's the trap. Not claws, not teeth, but patience. The waiting game of something that knows how to outlast me. I think about Marcus a lot, about his hesitation, his warnings. Did he know more than he said? Did he recognize that pride is the road that leads you straight into the silence? I haven't spoken to him since. Partly because I'm ashamed of what I ignored, partly because I'm afraid that if I tell him what followed me, it'll follow him too. Some things are carried by words alone. I don't want that on my hands. The lessons I've learned out there on those roads aren't easy ones. They're not the kind of wisdom you put in a guidebook or a friendly campground story. They're carved into the metal of my van, etched into the stains that never scrubbed clean. They're in the nights I sit awake, staring at curtains I'll never pull back again after dark. The lesson is this: the wilderness does not forgive arrogance. The forest doesn't care about your gear, your maps, or your courage. It doesn't bend for pride. It doesn't welcome bravado. You step into its silence, and it will show you exactly how small you are. But fear, real fear, teaches too. It sharpens you, strips away the lies you tell yourself about control. I've learned to listen to my gut, to respect the instincts that once felt like weakness. I've learned that when the air grows heavy, when the forest stops breathing, you leave. You don't wait for an explanation. You don't rationalize. You move. And maybe that's the lesson the roads wanted me to carry out of them. Not just the memory of terror, but the humility that comes from surviving it. Still, survival doesn't mean freedom. Every campground I enter now, every logging road I pass, I feel it like a pressure in the chest, a whisper beneath the hum of the tires. It keeps me sharp, but it also keeps me haunted. There's no going back to the kind of camping I once loved, where the forest was a backdrop, a playground, a place to test myself against the elements. Now the forest is alive in a way I can't explain. It breathes, it remembers, and sometimes, when the night is too quiet, it calls. So if you ever find yourself tempted by one of those spurs, those old roads half buried in moss and shadow, listen to me. Don't go. Don't convince yourself you're stronger than silence or braver than whatever waits in the dark. The road is older than you, older than all of us, and it doesn't care who you are. The moment you turn your wheels onto that gravel, you're stepping into its story, not yours. and the forest never lets go of what it claims. Sometimes I imagine what would have happened if I'd opened the door that first night when the knocking came. If I'd stepped out into the clearing and followed the sound into the trees, would I have vanished like the loggers whose names never made it past the mill? Would my van still be sitting there, food on the stove, fire burned out, as if I just stepped away for a moment and never returned? Or would I be something else now, part of the shadows, walking the circle, waiting for the next traveler to wander too far from the highway? I don't know which fate is worse, but I do know this. I heard my name out there. The forest spoke it like it had always belonged to it, not me. That's what I carry with me now. Heavier than the knocks, heavier than the stains, the knowledge that I am marked, not just as a visitor, but as property. And yet, I drive on. Every morning I start the engine, point the van towards some new stretch of road, and I keep moving. Not because I believe I can escape, but because stopping would mean surrender. Stopping would mean admitting the forest has already won. Maybe it has. But until the day I hear that voice from inside the van instead of outside, I'll keep rolling. I'll keep fighting the silence with motion, with breath, with the refusal to be still. Because stillness is when it comes. And if there's one truth those logging roads taught me, it's this. The quiet is never empty. It's waiting. Always waiting. So the next time you drive past a narrow gravel turnoff in the middle of nowhere, think hard before you take it. Look at the trees leaning in, the shadows pressing close, and ask yourself if you're ready for what silence really sounds like. Ask yourself if you're ready to hear your own name spoken back to you from a place no human voice belongs. And if you feel that weight in the air, the one I ignored, don't mistake it for nerves. Don't call it imagination. It's the forest deciding whether you get to leave. And once it decides, there's no road long enough, no distance wide enough to keep the knocking from finding you. I never thought a road could feel alive with silence. Not the kind of silence that's peaceful, where the wind drifts lazily through trees or water laps at a shore, but a silence that stretches and presses, that feels like it's waiting for something. That's how the road felt that morning. A narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through the deep green of the forest, flanked by trees so tall their branches knotted together above, letting sunlight only trickle through in thin, trembling shafts. I remember looking out the RV window and realizing there wasn't a single bird in sight. No crows wheeling in the distance, no sparrows flitting between the branches, not even the hum of insects in the air. Nothing. Just the quiet that made your chest ache. My name's Derek. I'm 38, and I've been RVing since my 20s, alone most of the time, sometimes with my dog, a mutt named Harlow. That morning, Harlow was restless in the passenger seat, her paws tapping against the dash, ears flicking at noises I couldn't hear. I chalked it up to her instincts, to the way animals sense tension in the air long before humans do. I should have listened. I was headed for a campground I'd read about in a travel forum, tucked deep in the Oregon Cascades. Locals called it the Hollow Pines. No one ever posted much about it, just vague warnings to be careful, and comments like, "It feels different there." I like isolated campgrounds. They let you breathe, let you escape the crowds, the lights, the endless hum of civilization. But even as I drove, I felt that gnawing suspicion creeping into my chest, like a small animal trying to burrow under my ribs. The road twisted sharply, then leveled into a long stretch flanked by black pines. That's when I noticed the first thing that set me off entirely: the absence of sound. Not just birds, not even leaves rustling. The forest was unmoving, as if frozen. The air itself felt thick, and every time I slowed the RV, I realized I could hear my own heartbeat in the silence, pounding loud enough that I almost expected something to respond. I parked at the campsite around noon. It wasn't crowded, which was the first relief. There were 3 other RVs parked along the gravel loop, spaced far apart, and a single tent pitched at the far end. I nodded to a man unloading firewood, a lanky local with a weathered face and narrow eyes, but he didn't return the greeting. He just stared, not unkindly, but with a weight that made me shift uncomfortably. I told myself he was just cautious, that people who camp out here were often suspicious of strangers. Still, the look lingered. I spent the first hour setting up the RV, letting Harlow stretch in the clearing while I oriented myself. The forest around us was beautiful in a way that made the hair on my arms stand up, dense and dark, the trees so tightly packed that the sky was barely visible. I tried to shake off the creeping feeling of being watched. It's funny how the mind works in these situations. You tell yourself it's just nerves, just the unfamiliarity of isolation, and yet every crack of a branch, every distant murmur of the forest feels like a whisper of warning. By mid-afternoon, I decided to explore a bit. There was a trailhead marked by a splintered wooden sign. It led uphill into a denser part of the forest, and I figured a short hike would help me get acquainted with the surroundings. Harlow bounded ahead, nose to the ground, ears perked. I followed, the sound of her nails against the dirt path oddly loud in the unnatural quiet. I remember noticing as we went deeper that even the forest floor seemed different. The moss was thick and spongy, almost sound dampening. Fallen needles muffled every step. There was no wind, and the temperature seemed to drop with each bend in the trail. About 20 minutes in, I heard it. A snapping of twigs, far too deliberate to be random. I stopped. Harlow froze mid-step. I looked around, trying to convince myself it was just a deer or some other forest creature. The snapping stopped. Then I heard it again, closer this time, almost in rhythm with my heartbeat. I called out softly, "Hello?" But the echo didn't return. The forest swallowed the sound, leaving only the oppressive silence again. I turned back, deciding to head toward the RV, but something made me pause. A shape moved between the trees, just a shadow. Not a person exactly. More like a figure your brain insists is human when it's not. I blinked, and it vanished. I called Harlow, who hesitated before returning, tail low, ears back. I felt the first true stirrings of panic that day, subtle but insistent, like a tide creeping over bare feet. Back at the RV, I tried to focus on normal things, setting up the stove, unpacking supplies, but the quiet gnawed at me. I noticed then that the other campers were gone. Their RVs stood abandoned, doors wide open, as if the occupants had stepped away and simply vanished. No one answered when I called out. My rational mind kicked in. They're probably on a hike, maybe fetching firewood or something mundane. But the absence of birds, the frozen air, and the shadows that moved just beyond the tree line began to coalesce into a single terrifying thought. I was not meant to be alone here. The night fell quickly. Forests like this swallow light as if it's a personal offense. I remember the way the darkness pooled around the RV, thick and suffocating. I lit the lanterns inside, but the glow seemed weak, failing to push back the black that pressed against the windows. Harlow whimpered and circled nervously, tail tucked, ears flat. I tried to ignore the sound of the wind, or what I thought was wind, scraping through the pines. But each whisper, each rustle, sounded like something moving just beyond my sight. At some point, I started hearing footsteps, or maybe it was my imagination, every nerve ending screaming to make sense of the incomprehensible. A slow, deliberate tapping began at the side of the RV. Not loud, not frantic, just measured. 1, 2, 3, pause, repeat. I froze, Harlow stiff against my leg. My hand hovered over the small pocket knife I kept near the dashboard. Rationality fought with instinct. This is just a prank, I told myself. Someone passing by, testing their nerves, maybe a local warning me off. Yet no road, no path led directly past our RV. Nothing should have been there. I remember staring out the window, trying to catch a shadow, a shape, any indication of a prankster, but nothing moved. The trees were still, the forest silent. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anything beyond that deliberate, echoing tap that matched the rhythm of my own shallow breaths. It was then I understood that this place was not just empty. It was watching, waiting. I don't know how I knew it so clearly, but my instincts screamed the same thing. Some roads are not meant to be traveled alone. Some forests are not meant to be entered without respect. without knowing what lurks in the silence. That night, as I lay in the RV, listening to the invisible footsteps and the absence of birds, I realized that fear was no longer just an idea. It had become a tangible presence, curling around my shoulders like smoke. And I was not ready for it. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, the tapping resumed, or maybe it had never stopped. Time had become meaningless here. The wind, or whatever whispered through the pines, shifted just enough to make the shadows twitch along the edges of my vision. Harlow was pressed against my chest now, trembling, and I whispered to her that it was okay, that it would pass. I wanted to believe it. I wanted to hold on to some fragment of reason. By midnight, I gave up entirely and pulled on my jacket. I decided to check outside, to confront whatever was haunting the perimeter of the RV. The moment I stepped out, the air hit me like a wall, cold and sharp, carrying a scent I couldn't identify. Damp pine mixed with something metallic, something almost like rusted iron. My breath formed clouds that quickly dissolved into the stillness. Harlow padded silently at my heels, unusually cautious, nose twitching, ears straining. I had never seen her like this. Animals, I've learned over the years, sense things humans often miss. The subtle shifts in atmosphere, the presence of life, or non-life that shouldn't be there. I circled the RV slowly, trying to convince myself this was some trick of the shadows. The tapping had stopped, replaced now by a soft rustling behind the trees. Every step I took felt heavier, like the forest itself resisted my presence, pressing closer. My flashlight cut thin slices of illumination through the dark, revealing nothing but dense, watching pines. And then I noticed it, the absence. Not just birds, but movement. No insects crawling on the forest floor, no wind stirring leaves, no squirrels or raccoons rustling in the brush. Nothing. The life of the forest had vanished. I stopped near the edge of the clearing and listened. My own heartbeat felt deafening in my ears. And then I heard a whisper. Soft, fleeting, unintelligible, but definitely human. It came from just beyond the tree line, close enough that I could feel its intent pressing at my chest. "Hello?" I called, voice shaking. Nothing responded. Only the silence answered, thick and suffocating, swallowing my words. I wanted to run, but my feet were rooted, my mind grappling between rationality and primal fear. I remembered the posts I'd read online, vague warnings, cryptic notes about places where the forest keeps you. I had always scoffed at that kind of talk. Ghost stories, paranoia, superstition. But standing there with Harlow growling low in her throat, I understood that sometimes the forest does hold you, and not just metaphorically. You step in, and the rules you know don't apply anymore. I returned to the RV, closing the door with deliberate force, locking it, and pulling the curtains tight. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was another camper, maybe it was a prank, maybe the wind carried sounds in impossible ways. But the rational part of my brain was drowned out by instinct, by the quiet that pressed against my windows, the absence that gnawed at me. I felt like a stranger in my own body, like the RV, and I had been swallowed by the forest itself. The hours passed slowly. I sat awake, Harlow on my lap, flashlight cutting weak arcs through the dim interior. Every crackle of the propane heater, every groan of the RV settling seemed amplified in the oppressive darkness outside. And then I heard it. A voice, clear this time, low and deliberate, speaking just beyond the edge of the clearing. "Derek." I froze, my blood turning to ice. My name, unmistakable, drawn out in a tone I didn't recognize, but which carried an impossible familiarity. Harlow yipped, claws scrabbling against the floor. I wanted to respond, to shout back that I was here, that I wasn't alone, but my throat seized. The voice came again, softer, almost coaxing. "Derek." I thought of running, of throwing open the door and sprinting to the road, but instinct told me that whatever it was, it wouldn't let me leave. The forest had already claimed its perimeter. And then I noticed the figure, a shadow in the distance, barely more than a silhouette, standing between the trees, watching. Not moving toward me, but not retreating either. Just existing, perfectly still, perfectly human-shaped. I tried to convince myself it was a camper, maybe someone checking on their site, but no one could remain that still, that silent. And then I remembered the abandoned RVs I'd passed earlier, the man who had looked at me with suspicion in the daylight, the way the forest swallowed sound and life alike. My rational explanations began to crumble. Hours passed. I drifted in and out of a restless half-sleep, each time waking to find the RV exactly the same, the forest pressing closer, Harlow tense at my side, and that shadow, sometimes just at the edge of the flashlight's reach, sometimes closer, sometimes gone, always watching. I tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself that fear was my own imagination, but it was different here. Fear wasn't just a thought, it was tangible, a presence, a weight that pressed into your chest until it forced recognition. By dawn, the tapping had returned. Louder now, deliberate, slow, measured. Harlow growled low, teeth bared, and I finally understood. The forest doesn't always reveal itself fully. It hints, it waits, it teaches you patience and terror simultaneously. I didn't want to move, but I had to. I had to see, had to confront, had to understand what this place was trying to show me. I stepped outside again, just as the first light streaked through the trees. The figure was gone, replaced by a silence so complete it was almost painful. I noticed the road ahead, narrow, winding, disappearing into dense woods, and the absence of birds. Still no sign of life, only the forest, patient and immutable, pressing all around me. I realized then that the fear wasn't just about what was outside, it was about what I carried inside me. The hesitation, the denial, the need to rationalize the irrational. I had always believed in control, in understanding, in facing challenges with preparation. But this was a place where preparation failed, where instinct and respect and awareness were the only defenses. I stepped back into the RV, Harlow following, and I began to make a plan. Not to fight, not to conquer, but to survive. To leave this road, this forest, this silence, before it fully absorbed me. I checked my maps, planned a route, tried to remember which turns would lead me out of the hollow grip of the Cascades. Every sense was heightened, the smell of damp pine, the feel of the cold metal of the RV handle, the sound of my own pulse echoing in my skull. The forest was patient. I was not. That morning, as the sun barely touched the treetops, I understood something I hadn't before. Some roads are meant to be respected, some forests are meant to be feared, and some silences are alive in ways we cannot comprehend. The lesson wasn't in confrontation. It was in humility, in recognition, in the quiet acknowledgement that we are small, that fear is not always a villain to be defeated, and that survival often depends not on courage, but on careful observation, patience, and listening. I started the RV, the engine roaring in contrast to the oppressive silence, and eased onto the road that led out of the hollow pines. I didn't look back. The forest watched, patient and unyielding, but I carried the memory with me, the absence, the tapping, the whispers, and I knew I would never forget it. That road, that silence, had taught me something vital about fear, about instinct, and about the thin line between courage and recklessness. By the time I reached the open highway, birds returned, as if the world had resumed its ordinary rhythm just beyond the forest's edge. Harlow relaxed, yawning and stretching in the passenger seat. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. And yet, even as sunlight bathed the asphalt, even as I felt the relief of civilization returning, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had marked me, that some part of me remained behind, listening, waiting, remembering. The highway was deceptive, open, sunlit, familiar, and yet I felt it lurking behind me, the memory of the forest pressing against my mind. Harlow lay at my feet, exhausted but restless in her dreams, ears flicking at noises I couldn't hear. I tried to shake the sensation that something had followed me, that the hollow pines had left a shadow on the edges of my perception. I stopped at a small roadside diner a few miles down the road. The neon sign buzzed faintly in the morning light, and the smell of coffee and frying bacon felt almost too heavy after the sterile, damp scent of the forest. I ordered breakfast, trying to eat slowly, methodically, hoping the normalcy of routine would calm the creeping tension in my chest. I couldn't focus entirely, though. Every glance out the window, every subtle rustle of leaves in the parking lot, reminded me of what I had just left behind. A man in his 50s, wearing a faded baseball cap, sat at the counter. He noticed my RV in the lot, asked if I had camped out in the Cascades. His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp, studying me as if weighing my answer. I hesitated, thinking to offer the usual travel tales, the small jokes about forest roads, but something in his gaze made me stop. I said only, "Yeah, hollow pines." His expression stiffened. He nodded slowly, set down his coffee, and said, almost in a whisper, "Few come out of there unmarked." The words sank in. I laughed nervously, trying to keep the memory at arm's length, but the echo of tapping and whispers resurfaced. Harlow shifted uneasily at my side. The man went on, telling stories of hikers who got lost, campers who returned pale and silent, people who never mentioned what they saw. Nothing about ghosts or monsters. Just silence. Absence. The forest taking something from them. I paid my bill quickly, feeling the need to leave, and as I drove, I thought about what marked meant. The rational part of me said it was exaggeration, folklore, and old-timers' warning. But the other part, the part that had felt the forest watching, felt the silence pressing against my lungs, told me it was something else entirely, that even now, the hollow pines were inside me, reshaping how I perceived the world. I spent the next few hours driving aimlessly, following the interstate, listening to the hum of tires against asphalt, letting the ordinary sounds of life gradually soothe the raw edges of fear. And yet, as I passed through small towns, through fields and open woods, I began noticing subtle patterns. Places that should have been alive, trees with birds perched on branches, animals moving through grass, felt muted, as if the forest had taught me a new way to see. My awareness of absence became acute. I noticed it in patches of woods where no sound emerged, where wind didn't shift leaves. Every empty stretch of forest, every silent copse made me tense, waiting for the tapping, the shadow, the whisper. That evening, I stopped at a state campground near the Columbia River. It was larger, more populated, and for the first time since Hollow Pines, I felt some semblance of safety. Families around campfires, laughter drifting on the breeze, the low roar of the river, it all felt almost absurdly normal. I set up the RV, letting Harlow stretch her legs, and I walked along the riverbank. The sun dipped behind distant hills, casting long shadows across the water. I felt a strange urge to run back to Hollow Pines, to confront whatever had marked me, to prove I wasn't broken by it. But I resisted. Fear had taught me patience, observation, and respect. That night, sleep came more easily. I woke occasionally to the calls of owls or the rustle of wind, but nothing approached the intensity of the previous night. Harlow curled at my feet, relaxed, and yet, deep down, I knew the memory of Hollow Pines would linger. The tapping, the whispers, the absence. It wasn't something that could simply be forgotten. Some forests, some roads leave marks on the psyche, on perception, on instinct. I spent the next few days exploring nearby trails, camping in less isolated areas, meeting other RV travelers. I tried to talk about Hollow Pines casually, but no one had heard of it. Some joked about ghost roads, others dismissed my account entirely. But the more I engaged with normal life, the more I realized the forest had taught me something crucial: awareness, patience, respect, and humility in the face of the unknown. On the fourth morning, I packed up and prepared to leave the campground. Harlow and I drove slowly along the winding roads, watching the sun rise over hills dotted with trees. I felt a quiet gratitude for the ordinary, for the sound of birdsong, for the presence of other humans and their predictable patterns. The terror of Hollow Pines had been acute, raw, immediate, but it had also been instructive. I carried its lessons with me. The importance of trust in one's instincts, the understanding that silence can be alive, the realization that some experiences leave invisible marks that shape perception forever. I stopped at a roadside overlook and looked back toward the dense forest where Hollow Pines had waited. The road disappeared into shadowed trees, just as it had the day I entered. I didn't feel the urge to return. The forest had its hold, and I had mine now. The memory, the knowledge, the respect. I knew I would remember that road, that absence, that slow, deliberate terror. And in that recognition, there was a strange comfort. The fear had passed, but its lesson endured. Harlow nudged my hand and I smiled. The ordinary world, the open sky, the distant river, all of it felt alive in a way it hadn't before. I had faced a silence that was more present than most people encounter in a lifetime. I had walked through fear itself, through absence, and emerged not broken, but sharpened, attuned. Hollow Pines had left its mark, but I carried it as awareness, as humility, as the quiet understanding that some roads are not just traveled, they are experienced, respected, and remembered. As I merged onto the interstate, heading back towards civilization, I reflected on the days to come, on the places I would travel, the forests I would enter, the RV camps I would visit. Hollow Pines would always be a point of reference, a touchstone for caution and attentiveness. And yet, the experience had also reminded me why I loved RV travel, the freedom to explore, the intimacy with landscapes both inviting and threatening, the lessons learned in quiet moments, in isolation, in encounters with the unknown. By evening, the familiar lights of towns and highways stretched out before me. Harlow slept peacefully, and I allowed myself a deep, unburdened breath. The forest had receded, but its memory had become part of me. The tapping, the whispers, the absence of birds, they had taught me vigilance, presence, and respect for the unseen. And somewhere deep in my chest, I felt a pulse of courage, not the reckless courage of confronting the unknown blindly, but the quiet courage of knowing, remembering, surviving, and continuing onward. Hollow Pines existed, and it remained unclaimed by time or by man. Its silence waited for those who dared to enter. But I had left, and in leaving I carried its lesson forward. Fear had been real, sharp, and unavoidable, but fear had also been instructive, and in the end, that was the most profound gift of all. The days after Hollow Pines felt almost surreal. Driving along highways, stopping at familiar campgrounds, setting up the RV under the sun, I was surrounded by ordinary life, and yet nothing felt quite ordinary anymore. Every time I passed a stretch of forest, I noticed the absence first, the lack of birds, the stillness, the way shadows clung to trees like invisible shapes. I realized that the forest had taught me to see, to feel, to perceive absence as presence, to recognize silence as a living thing. I stopped often to walk, to let Harlow stretch, to feel the earth beneath my feet. I began noticing small things I'd taken for granted, the hum of bees, the chatter of squirrels, the subtle rustle of leaves in the wind. Each sound felt vibrant, alive, almost a celebration of life after the suffocating quiet of Hollow Pines. And yet, the memory of that forest, that road with no birds, remained sharp. It wasn't fear anymore. It was awareness, a pulse that reminded me of the fragility of perception and the weight of presence. One evening, at a campground near Crater Lake, I watched the sun dip behind the rim, the water glowing in molten colors. Families were around campfires, kids laughing and chasing each other, dogs barking. Harlow lay by my side, ears twitching at the distant sounds. I thought about the figure I had glimpsed between the trees, the deliberate tapping, the whispering voice that called my name. I realized that the forest hadn't been trying to harm me. It had been testing me, showing me that vigilance, respect, and attentiveness were not just survival tools, but keys to understanding the world. I began writing notes in a journal I carried with me in the RV, observations about the way forests breathe, about the patterns of sound and absence, about intuition and instinct. I wrote about fear, not the abstract fear we tell ourselves in stories, but the raw, gripping fear that presses into your chest and whispers warnings you cannot ignore. I wrote about patience, about learning to watch without touching, to listen without speaking, to move without leaving traces. Hollow Pines had taught me that the world is alive in ways we rarely notice, and survival often hinges on subtle understanding rather than force or courage alone. By the time I reached the Oregon coast, the memory of the forest had settled into a quiet presence within me, like a pulse beneath the surface. Driving along the cliffs, wind carrying the scent of salt and pine, waves crashing below, I felt a strange serenity. The terror had not left, and perhaps it never would, but it had transformed. The fear was no longer raw and pressing. It had become a teacher, a guide, a reminder of the unseen and the unknown. I camped near a small cove that night. Harlow curled beside me, and I sat outside the RV, staring at the stars. I thought about the hollow pines, the road with no birds, and realized that it was more than a memory of dread. It was a lesson about life, about attention, about humility. The forest had reminded me that we are never truly in control, that the world is vast, that fear is a companion, not a foe. It had forced me to trust my instincts, to respect silence, to honor the presence of things beyond comprehension. In the quiet moments that followed, I began to understand a deeper truth. Every journey has roads like hollow pines, places that challenge us, unsettle us, teach us in ways we cannot anticipate. Some roads test our courage, some test our patience, some test our perception. And the true reward is not the absence of fear, but the growth that comes from facing it, from observing it, from integrating it into who we are. I reflected on my own tendencies, the ways I rationalize, deny, or push aside instinct in favor of comfort. Hollow pines had stripped me bare. It had forced me to confront my own hubris, my belief that preparation could solve everything, that rationality could account for the unknown. The forest had reminded me that life is lived in tension, in awareness, in the interplay of light and shadow, presence and absence. And in that tension, there is clarity, there is knowledge, there is strength. The next morning, I packed up the RV and prepared to move inland. Harlow leapt from the cab steps, tail wagging, eager for exploration. I started the engine, feeling the vibrations beneath my hands, and drove slowly along the winding roads, absorbing the landscape. Every tree, every hill, every stretch of open road carried echoes of the lessons I had learned. I realized that the Hollow Pines experience had shifted something fundamental within me. I was no longer the same traveler, the same observer, the same person who had nervously entered that road with sun at my back and uncertainty in my chest. Even now, I carry the road with me, the memory of the silence, the tapping, the whisper, the absence of birds. It is not a shadow that haunts me, but a pulse that guides me. It reminds me to listen, to perceive, to respect the unknown. It reminds me that fear is not weakness, but a signal, an instrument, a teacher. And it reminds me that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward with awareness, patience, and humility. By the time I returned to familiar highways, Harlow asleep at my feet, I felt a profound gratitude. Gratitude for the forest that had tested me, for the fear that had taught me, for the silence that had revealed its own form of life. I realized that every road we travel, every forest we enter, every place we encounter in solitude carries lessons, if we are willing to see, to feel, and to respect them. Driving home, I reflected on the transformation. The Hollow Pines had been terrifying, yes, but it had also been illuminating. It had shown me the edges of my courage, the limits of perception, and the power of attentiveness. And in that realization, there was empowerment. Not the shallow empowerment we celebrate in stories, but a deep, resonant understanding that life, travel, and fear are intertwined. That to truly experience the world, we must embrace both the known and the unknown, the comfort and the terror, the presence and the absence. When I finally pulled into my driveway, Harlow leapt down, stretching and sniffing every familiar scent. I watched her, smiling softly, and I knew that the forest had left its mark not just on me, but on the way I moved through the world. I had learned to listen to silence, to notice absence, to trust instinct, to respect the unknown. And I knew that whenever I ventured into another forest, another road, another unknown stretch of earth, I would carry Hollow Pines with me, not as a source of fear, but as a wellspring of understanding and resilience. Because some roads, some forests, some silences are not meant to be conquered. They are meant to be experienced, honored, and remembered. And in that remembrance lies a quiet, unwavering strength. The road with no birds had ended, but its lessons traveled with me, silently guiding, always present, always alive. Even days later, the memory of Hollow Pines remained vivid. It wasn't just the tapping or the whispering voice or even the absence of birds. It was the feeling of being small in a vast, indifferent world. I kept noticing silences in forests I passed through afterward, brief pockets of stillness where no animals moved, no wind stirred. My heart would tighten and Harlow would grow tense at my side. And in those moments, I realized the forest had not left me entirely. It had become a lens, shaping how I perceived presence and absence alike. I began to take notes again, journaling every detail I could recall. The rhythm of the tapping, the directionless shadow glimpsed through the trees, the metallic tang in the air that had clung to me for hours after leaving. I sketched the road, the bends, the subtle patterns in the canopy, the way light, or the lack of it, shifted as I moved. It was more than obsessive documentation. It was a way to process the trauma, to translate fear into understanding. Fear, I realized, becomes a teacher if you listen carefully enough. Some nights, I still woke in the RV to an imagined tapping or a whisper that seemed to brush against my consciousness. I would tell myself it was my mind playing tricks, residual echoes of hollow pines, and yet Harlow would growl softly, ears flicking, nails scraping against the floor. I couldn't shake the thought that the forest's presence lingered somewhere beyond memory, an invisible pulse echoing in my nervous system. When I returned to campgrounds closer to civilization, I noticed something surprising. Other campers, even in bright daylight, often walked with a subtle unease. It was as if they, too, sensed the forest's quiet influence, the sharp contrast between open roads and deep, isolated woods. I realized that fear, properly acknowledged, is communal. It resonates beyond the individual, subtly shaping how we perceive safety, solitude, and the unknown. Hollow Pines had taught me the language of absence, the subtle grammar of presence, and now I could read it elsewhere. I took a long drive along the coast, watching fog roll over cliffs and dissolve into the ocean. Harlow rested quietly, but I remained alert, eyes scanning shadows along roadside trees. And then I noticed a peculiar pattern, patches of woods that mirrored hollow pines in their silence. The birds were gone, the leaves unmoving, the wind flattened as if the trees themselves had been frozen. My pulse quickened, and a strange thrill accompanied the memory of that first night. The fear and the exhilaration intertwined, inseparable. It was a reminder that some roads leave marks not as scars, but as guides. They sharpen awareness, heighten perception, and force a confrontation with instincts often ignored. I began to understand that travel itself is a dialogue with the unknown. Each forest, each river, each abandoned path carries lessons if you are attuned to them. The fear Hollow Pines had imposed was not punishment. It was a gift, a lesson in humility, observation, and respect for forces beyond comprehension. By now, I had grown almost reverent in my approach to camping. I no longer rushed into trails, no longer ignored the subtle cues of nature. I listened to the wind, the stillness, the whisper of leaves, and the absence of sound. I observed how Harlow reacted to changes in the environment. I learned to trust her instincts as much as my own. Hollow Pines had reminded me that survival is as much about awareness as it is about preparation, and sometimes more about the former than the latter. And yet, even in the daylight, even in populated campgrounds with families and laughter around, I occasionally glimpsed shadows, or imagined I did, at the edge of the trees, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a shift in wind that carried a metallic scent faintly reminiscent of the forest. The forest was not chasing me, I told myself, but it had left a resonance that could never fully fade. That resonance was subtle, quiet, insistent, like a heartbeat under the floorboards. It was in these moments that I fully understood the duality of fear. Hollow Pines had been terrifying, yes, but the terror was inseparable from clarity. It had shown me the fragility of perception, the limits of rationality, the potency of instinct. I had believed in preparation, in control, in measurable risk. Hollow Pines had taught me that some variables are immeasurable, some presences unknowable, and some silences alive. And once you understand that, fear ceases to be merely a reaction, it becomes an instrument. I began to share my experience selectively, recounting it to fellow RVers who appreciated both wilderness and solitude. I omitted the details that seemed too fantastical, the whispering voice calling my name, the deliberate tapping, but emphasized the lessons: awareness, patience, respect, trust in instinct. I watched as listeners absorbed the story, some skeptical, some wide-eyed, some nodding in quiet recognition. And in doing so, I realized the forest's lesson extends beyond the individual. Understanding fear and learning from it is a transferable skill, an awareness that strengthens every traveler who listens carefully. One evening, I camped near a high mountain pass overlooking a valley carved by glaciers, dotted with lakes that reflected the fading sun. Harlow curled by the RV steps, tired from the day's exploration. I stepped out, listening to the wind in the pines, the distant call of a raven. For the first time since Hollow Pines, I felt fully present in a forest without fear. I understood the value of the lesson. Absence can be as powerful as presence, silence can carry messages, and fear is an instrument of attention and growth. As darkness fell, I reflected on the journey. Hollow Pines had been terrifying, yes, but it had also been a teacher, a guide, and a mirror to my own instincts. It had forced me to recognize the limits of human perception, the importance of humility, and the value of attentiveness. And most importantly, it had reminded me that courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act thoughtfully, deliberately, and respectfully in its presence. Driving the next day, heading toward familiar roads and towns, I realized that Hollow Pines would never fully leave me. It existed as a memory, a pulse, a lens through which I now perceived the world. And yet, it was not a burden. It was a gift. It had taught me that some roads are not meant to be conquered but respected. Some forests are not meant to be entered lightly. And some silences, profound and absolute, contain wisdom for those willing to listen. Hollow Pines had been a test, a forest that whispered, that pressed, that watched, that taught. It had reminded me that fear is alive, that perception is fragile, and that life's lessons often arrive wrapped in terror and uncertainty. And as I drove with the sun warming the asphalt and Harlow dozing at my feet, I understood that survival, awareness, and courage are intertwined, and that some roads once traveled remain part of you forever. Because the forest had shown me the truth. Life exists not just in the light, in the known, in the visible, but in the silences, the absences, and the spaces where instinct and attention are the only guides. Hollow Pines had been terrifying. Hollow Pines had been silent. Hollow Pines had been alive. And I had emerged, not unscathed perhaps, but alive, aware, and transformed. The road with no birds had ended, but its lesson, its presence, its pulse, it traveled with me, always. Weeks passed after Hollow Pines, and yet I found that the forest lessons lingered. I kept traveling, seeking campgrounds and trails, observing the rhythm of life in ways I hadn't before. Even in populated areas, I noticed the small signs, a sudden silence in the wind, the absence of birds in a grove, Harlow's ears flicking towards something I could not hear. My instincts, once dulled by familiarity, had been sharpened. Hollow Pines had taught me to listen, to notice, and to respect. I camped in the Blue Mountains for several nights, drawn to the isolated trails despite the echoes of my recent terror. I watched rivers carve their paths, listened to the whispering wind through pine needles, and observed small creatures moving through the underbrush. I let the silence settle around me, not with fear, but with attentiveness. Each night, I lay awake in the RV, Harlow curled at my feet, feeling the pulse of the forest. And each night, I realized that fear was no longer my enemy. It was a companion, a guide, a lens through which I could perceive subtleties I had once ignored. The lessons of Hollow Pines had begun to inform every decision I made: where to set up camp, how to approach a trail, how to observe the subtle cues of the environment, wind direction, broken branches, sudden absences of life. I noticed patterns I would have previously dismissed, realizing that vigilance is not paranoia, but attentiveness. It was as if the forest had trained me, slowly, methodically, leaving marks that were invisible but indelible. One evening, while setting up camp near a high ridge, I encountered another solo traveler, a woman in her 40s, setting up a small tent. She looked uneasy, eyes scanning the trees, ears straining at sounds I couldn't yet identify. I introduced myself and learned her name was Claire. She was an experienced hiker, but even she admitted that some parts of the Blue Mountains had an unsettling quality. Over the course of the evening, we shared stories of isolation, subtle fears, and lessons learned. I found that Hollow Pines had given me vocabulary, an understanding of fear and attention that made these exchanges richer, more meaningful. As night fell, the shadows of the ridge stretched long and deep. Harlow sat alert, ears twitching, eyes scanning the darkened trees. I lit a small lantern, its glow illuminating the immediate clearing, but beyond that, the darkness pressed. I realized again how much I had learned from Hollow Pines, to respect the unseen, to honor the silence, to move carefully even when nothing seems present. Fear, when acknowledged and processed, became a tool of observation and insight rather than panic and disorientation. In the stillness of that night, I thought about the road with no birds. I remembered the tapping at the RV, the whispering voice, the absence of movement in the forest. The terror had been real, palpable, unrelenting, but it had also been instructive. I understood now that some experiences are designed to test, not to destroy. To encounter true fear is not merely to survive it, but to internalize its lessons, to emerge transformed, attuned, and wiser. The next morning I hiked alone, Harlow running ahead, nose to the ground. I observed the forest differently now. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, every patch of silence carried meaning. I noticed subtle signs of wildlife that would have gone unnoticed before. The tracks of deer, the faint calls of birds resuming their rhythms after the wind shifted. I felt a quiet gratitude for the sensitivity Hollow Pines had instilled in me. The forest was not merely a backdrop, it was a living teacher, patient and demanding, offering lessons only to those willing to perceive them. Days turned into weeks. I continued traveling, stopping at campgrounds along rivers, lakes, and mountain passes. I revisited small forests, careful to respect their boundaries, attentive to absences, mindful of instinctual cues. Harlow had grown even more alert, almost anticipatory, responding to nuances in the environment I could barely detect. Hollow Pines had left a mark on both of us, not in fear, but in heightened perception and respect for the natural world. Even on the interstate, passing through towns and cities, I carried the forest's lessons. I noticed pockets of stillness, brief silences, and subtle absences in the movement of people, vehicles, and animals. The world outside the forest still contained lessons for those attuned to them. Hollow Pines had shifted my awareness, teaching me that fear is not merely a reaction, but an instrument for navigating uncertainty, understanding limits, and acting with deliberate care. One night, camping along a remote riverbank, I reflected on the entirety of the Hollow Pines experience. I realized that terror and insight are inseparable. The tapping, the whispers, the absence of birds, all had been harbingers, teachers, subtle warnings that demanded attention. And attention, I understood, is the essence of survival, not merely survival of the body, but survival of perception, of awareness, of the mind itself. Hollow Pines had left its mark in a profound way. It had redefined my relationship with fear, solitude, and wilderness. I no longer approached forests lightly, no longer assumed control over situations I could not fully understand. I respected absence, acknowledged intuition, and moved with deliberate care. The forest had shown me that true courage is not reckless confrontation, but measured, attentive navigation through uncertainty. As I drove home along a familiar route, Harlow asleep at my feet, I thought about the countless travelers who would never encounter a road like Hollow Pines. I felt a quiet responsibility to honor its lessons, to carry them forward, to share them when appropriate. Not as a story of terror, but as a guide to attentiveness, awareness, and respect for the unseen. Some roads are meant to teach, and their lessons are more enduring than any thrill or fright. Finally, pulling into my driveway, I paused to breathe deeply, the ordinary sense of home grounding me. Harlow leapt down, stretching and sniffing every familiar surface. I watched her and smiled, knowing that the road with no birds had left us both altered, not diminished, but enriched. I understood that fear, when faced and understood, transforms into wisdom, patience, and resilience. The memory of hollow pines remained vivid, alive in subtle ways. The rhythm of tapping in my chest during moments of silence, the intuition guiding careful choices in the forest, the awareness of presence and absence in every environment. It was a gift disguised as terror, a lesson in humility, attention, and survival. And as I finally stepped into the quiet of home, I realized that some roads, some forests, some silences, once encountered, never leave us. They travel with us, guiding our perception, teaching us courage, sharpening our instincts, and reminding us that life in all its unknown complexity requires respect, patience, and attentiveness. Hollow pines had been terrifying, yes. It had pressed me, tested me, shown me the fragility of my understanding. But it had also been illuminating, transformative, and deeply instructive. And for that, I was profoundly grateful. Because some roads, some forests, some silences are not meant to be conquered. They are meant to be experienced, honored, remembered, and carried forward. And in carrying them forward, we emerge stronger, wiser, and more attuned to the subtle rhythms of the world around us. The road with no birds had ended, but its lessons remained alive, always present, and always guiding me, quietly shaping the way I move through life. Even months later, I felt the pulse of hollow pines in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Driving along quiet backroads, camping near isolated lakes, or hiking in dense forests, I sometimes caught myself noticing absences before they registered consciously. The stillness of a grove, the lack of birdsong in an area where it should have been plentiful, the unnatural hush that blankets certain stretches of wilderness. Harlow, ever vigilant, would stiffen slightly, ears swiveling, tail low, alert. It was never overt danger. It was a quiet signal, a warning. Hollow pines had taught me to recognize it. One evening, I stopped at a remote lakeside campground in the Cascades. Mist rolled over the water in the fading light, thick and slow, curling around the trunks of alder and pine. The air was damp, carrying a faint metallic tang, one I immediately recognized. My pulse quickened, though no tangible threat was present. Harlow stayed close, low to the ground, watching shadows that flickered across the fog like something alive. I set up camp, lights dimmed, and sat outside the RV, listening. The lake rippled gently, small insects hummed in the reeds, and yet there was something else, a subtle rhythm in the air, a pattern of tapping I could almost, but not quite, discern. It was faint, distant, as if the forest itself were breathing, testing, waiting. I felt a shiver run through me. Hollow pines had left me attuned to this, to notice the nuances that would escape most people. Fear had become a tool, a lens for observation, a reminder that the forest contains life and absence in equal measure. I walked slowly along the water's edge, Harlow close, eyes scanning, ears flicking. The mist shifted. Shadows moved in ways that didn't align with the landscape, and for a brief moment I felt the same unease I had in hollow pines. The edge of terror, the quiet whisper that something was just beyond perception. It was not overwhelming, not paralyzing, it was instructive. A reminder that vigilance is not fearlessness, that awareness is not control, that the world holds dimensions our logic cannot always account for. Returning to the RV, I journaled by lantern light, noting the patterns in the mist, the behavior of the trees, Harlow's reactions, and my own heightened sensitivity. I wrote about how hollow pines had reshaped me, my relationship with fear, my attentiveness to silence and absence, my recognition of subtle signals in the natural world. I wrote about courage, not the reckless, brash kind, but the quiet, deliberate courage of moving with awareness, humility, and respect. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamt of hollow pines, the road stretching endlessly, the trees pressing close, the absence of birds, the tapping echoing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I dreamed of the shadow at the edge of the trees, never moving closer, never retreating, simply existing. I dreamed of the voice whispering my name, familiar and distant, like a memory carried on the wind. And when I woke, Harlow's low growl reminded me that even dreams cannot sever the bond between memory and instinct. In the following days, I continued my journey, stopping at campgrounds along rivers, valleys, and mountains. I spoke with other travelers occasionally, sharing tips, exchanging stories, and sometimes, when conversation turned to isolation or encounters with the unknown, I felt a subtle compulsion to recount Hollow Pines, not as a tale of terror, but as a guide, a lesson in attentiveness, observation, and humility. Fear, I explained, is not a villain to be vanquished, but a teacher to be honored. And often, the most profound lessons arrive disguised as terror. One morning, as I drove along a narrow, winding road through a dense forest in the northern Cascades, I noticed a cluster of trees where the birds did not sing, where the wind made no sound, and where shadows moved subtly against the light. My pulse quickened instinctively. Harlow stiffened, ears swiveling. I slowed, observing, letting awareness guide my movement. The road stretched ahead, seemingly ordinary, yet the forest whispered of absence, of vigilance, of the need for respect. Hollow Pines had taught me to see this, to feel this, to act deliberately. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, where sunlight broke through in golden patches, I exhaled, realizing how profoundly the experience had changed me. Hollow Pines had not merely tested my courage, it had reshaped my perception, sharpened my instincts, and instilled a lasting respect for the unknown. Fear had become a companion, guiding me, reminding me of presence and absence, life and silence, vigilance and humility. Back at home, I reflected on the cumulative journey. Hollow Pines, the Blue Mountains, the Cascades, the misted lake, all these experiences formed a continuous thread. They had not simply terrified me, they had educated me, reshaped my instincts, and instilled a deep awareness of the natural world and its hidden patterns. I understood now that true courage or understanding are inseparable from fear and attentiveness. Without awareness of absence, without respect for the unknown, survival is incomplete. I often think of the road with no birds, the tapping, the whisper, the shadows. These are not things I forget, nor do I want to. They exist in memory, yes, but also as a pulse guiding my choices, sharpening my instincts, attuning me to nuances others may overlook. Hollow Pines taught me that life is not only in what we see, but also in what we notice in silence, in what we feel in absence, in what we understand through vigilance and attentiveness. And so, whenever I travel now, through forests, along winding mountain roads, across isolated campgrounds, I carry Hollow Pines with me, not as fear, not as terror, but as knowledge, as awareness, as an enduring lesson in humility and presence. The RV becomes more than a vehicle. It becomes a vessel of perception, a moving classroom for observing life, silence, and subtle cues in the environment. Hollow Pines has taught me that some roads, some forests, some silences cannot be conquered. They must be respected, experienced, and remembered. And the lessons they impart, fear transformed into awareness, terror into understanding, absence into attention, are more enduring than any fleeting thrill or superficial conquest. Even now, I occasionally hear a faint tapping or catch a shadow at the edge of perception or smell the metallic tang of damp pine. It is never immediate danger, never direct threat. It is memory, presence, and resonance. A reminder that some roads leave marks not as scars but as guidance, subtle and enduring. The road with no birds has ended in a physical sense, but it has not ended in the mind, the body, or the spirit. It travels with me, silently shaping how I observe, how I perceive, how I navigate both wilderness and life. Hollow Pines is not merely a memory, it is a teacher, a pulse, an invisible companion, and I carry it forward always, quietly, intentionally, respectfully. Because some forests, some roads, some silences are alive in ways we cannot fully comprehend. They demand attention, respect, and awareness. And those who heed them emerge not unscathed, but enlightened, attuned, and prepared to meet the world with clarity, patience, and courage. Hollow Pines had been terrifying. Hollow Pines had been silent. Hollow Pines had been alive. And through it all, I had survived. Not by brute force, not by ignoring instinct, not by pretending the fear did not exist, but by listening, observing, respecting, and moving deliberately. The road with no birds had ended, but its lessons would never end. They are alive, always present, guiding, shaping, and teaching. And in carrying those lessons forward, I had discovered the truest form of courage, the courage to move through fear, to honor absence, and to remain present in a world where silence and shadow carry their own truths. I gripped the steering wheel tighter than I should have when I first started piecing together the messages that came into my channel. They weren't written like ghost stories. They weren't dressed up in the language of legends or folklore. They read like what they claimed to be, viewer stories. Ordinary RV travelers who had written me because they saw something, felt something, lost someone, and sometimes those people never came back. When you spend enough nights on the road tucked into the half-light of RV parks scattered across America, you learn that safety is always conditional. Locks, fences, ranger stations, they look strong enough under the sun. But after midnight, when the trees sway like conspirators and the sound of footsteps carries where no one should be, those boundaries feel as thin as paper. And that's where the disappearances start to make sense. Not as sudden tragedies, but as events born from the very soil these places rest on. The first letter that lodged under my skin came from a man named Keith, 46 years old, who had been camping with his wife at an RV park outside Flagstaff, Arizona. They'd parked under ponderosa pines, a neat little row of rigs, all humming with generators. He wrote about how his wife had gone to shower in the park's bathhouse just before dusk. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then an hour. He searched every stall, every path, even went knocking on doors of other campers. No one had seen her leave. He told me he remembered hearing a faint whistling that night, high-pitched, distant, but never moving away. When he called the police, they wrote it up as a missing persons case. He stayed there for 3 days, never moving the rig, waiting for her to come walking back down the gravel lane. She never did. The letter was short, unadorned, but his closing line cut through me. I still keep the door unlocked at night because if she finds her way back, I don't want her to think I shut her out. That detail lingered in me, the unlocked door, the whistling he couldn't explain. And it wasn't the only one. Another woman, Eliza from Wisconsin, wrote about her grandparents vanishing from a Florida RV resort. She had been staying with them, age 14, sleeping in the overhead bunk. She swore she woke to the sound of the sliding door opening. She peeked down, expecting to see one of them. Instead, she saw both, standing in the sand, their hands joined, walking into the dark toward the mangroves. She said she screamed until her throat cracked. They never turned back. In the morning, there were no footprints leading away from the rig, just 2 imprints where they had stood, pressed deep into the earth like they had sunk instead of stepped. I read those words and felt a knot form in my chest, because I've camped in those same places, I've trusted those same bathhouses, slept under those same trees, locked my doors against a night that doesn't respect locks. And I felt more than once that same pull, the hum of something just beyond the edge of hearing, like a suggestion that the night itself wants me to come outside. And here's the part I don't like admitting. I've almost listened. It's easy when you're sitting safe at home to think you'd never fall for it. You'd never open the door to a sound you can't explain. But when you've been awake for hours in a quiet RV park, when the air feels thick with pressure and the silence seems to be holding its breath, any small sound can wrap itself around your instincts. A knock on the door, 3 sharp raps, no one there. A voice whispering your name when you know every neighbor within sight. That's how it begins. Not with violence, not with chaos, but with an invitation so subtle you don't realize you've accepted it until your hand is already on the latch. Another viewer, Jacob, described camping near Lake Mead with his younger brother. He told me they woke at 2 a.m. to find their door cracked open, though both had sworn it was locked. His brother walked outside barefoot, swearing he heard their mother calling. Their mother had died 5 years earlier. And Jacob tried to pull him back, but the boy broke from his grip. The next thing Jacob remembers was a light out on the lake, pale, greenish, moving just under the water's surface. By the time dawn came, his brother was gone. Rangers found no tracks, no evidence of struggle, nothing but Jacob's raw, desperate voice telling the story over and over. And when I read that, my mind didn't go to ghosts or monsters. It went to the silence I've known at those lakesides, the way the water can hold your reflection and then distort it, the way sound carries across still water at night, making it impossible to tell where it comes from. When you're tired, half dreaming, a voice you know could float right into your bones and make you follow. These stories build on each other, and I started realizing they weren't just coincidences. They shared something. An atmosphere, a pull, a pattern. Sometimes it was a sound, sometimes a light, sometimes the simple sense that someone was waiting outside. Always subtle, always human enough to trust. That's the part that scares me most. We think the forest warns us with growls, with obvious danger, but maybe the real threat is how gentle it feels, how natural. I thought of Keith's unlocked door, Eliza's grandparents walking hand in hand, Jacob's brother following a mother's voice that couldn't possibly exist. And I asked myself, how many times have I nearly done the same? Because I've heard the knock too. I've heard my name whispered in a park where no one knew it. And I've stared at my own reflection in the dark RV window, not entirely convinced it was moving the same way I was. And the lesson I keep returning to, the one I need to tell anyone who camps out there, is this. Sometimes the danger doesn't break in. Sometimes it waits for you to let it in yourself. I kept reading through the stories viewers sent me, and I noticed how many of them began with something ordinary. A walk to the restroom, a trip to the vending machine, a smoke break under the stars, ordinary actions carried out in places that looked safe. It's that ordinariness that unsettles me more than anything, because it means these disappearances don't come from reckless choices or careless mistakes. They happen in the small gaps, the routine moments where you let your guard down. One message came from a man named Robert, a retired firefighter from Kansas, who had parked his RV in a little campground near the edge of the Rockies. He was traveling alone, something he admitted he had gotten used to since his wife passed. He described sitting by his campfire, watching the silhouettes of the other rigs against the backdrop of pines, when he noticed something strange. The glow from one RV didn't flicker like the others. It was too steady, too white. Curious, he got up, thinking maybe someone had a lantern burning inside. But when he walked closer, he realized the light wasn't coming from inside at all. It was shining through from the opposite side, as though the entire rig were hollow. He said he froze there, halfway between the safety of his fire and that glowing shell. A part of him wanted to turn back, but then he heard a voice, a woman's voice, coming from inside the light. It called his name, not sir, not hey, but his name. He didn't write how the voice knew it. He only wrote that he went closer. He said the ground felt soft, like standing on the edge of swamp mud. He leaned forward, reached out, and then the next thing he remembered was waking in his own RV at sunrise. Ashes cold in the pit outside, fire never banked, coffee mug still half full where he'd left it. He thought it had been a dream until he looked at the dirt outside. His own footprints were pressed deep into the earth leading toward the glowing RV. But there were no prints returning. He told me, "I don't know how I made it back inside." But ever since then, I hear her voice whenever I camp alone, always from the other side of the fire. I read that and felt the hair step on the back of my neck because it echoed something I'd experienced myself. A winter night in New Mexico, just outside Carlsbad. I'd parked in one of those open gravel campgrounds where rigs space themselves like islands in a sea of dark. Around midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps circling my RV. Not fast, not threatening, just steady. I told myself it was another camper stretching their legs. But when the sound paused outside my window and I heard my own name spoken in a low voice, The rational explanation fell apart. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. I just sat there, frozen, until the footsteps faded. Robert's story reminded me of that night, and it brought back a question I've been too scared to answer. What would have happened if I had gone outside? Another letter came from a young couple, Stacy and Daniel, who had taken their 2 kids on a road trip through the Appalachians. They parked at a state park campground, the kind with playground equipment and picnic tables, a place that felt family-friendly. Their kids were 6 and 9. On the 3rd night, Stacy said she woke to find her daughter's bunk empty. Panic surged through her, but then she saw the girl standing by the door, hand on the handle, eyes wide open but unfocused. When Stacy whispered her name, the girl turned her head and said, in a voice that wasn't hers, "He wants us to come outside." The girl had never sleepwalked before. They pulled her back into bed, locked the door, and kept both kids pressed between them until morning. But when dawn came, they noticed something chilling. Outside their RV, pressed into the soft dirt, were 2 sets of footprints, one small, unmistakably their daughter's, the other larger, barefoot, leading into the woods. They packed up that morning and drove until they hit open highway. Stacy wrote that she didn't tell her daughter what she'd seen. She didn't want the girl to remember that voice or the way the tracks had followed her all the way to their door. When I read that, I thought about all the times parents have written me saying they camp because they want to give their kids memories, marshmallows, stories, constellations above the roof of the RV. That's what makes these disappearances so unbearable. The woods don't care about your intentions. They don't care about the innocence of a child or the weight of a parent's love. Sometimes it feels like the wilderness itself is hungry, patient, reaching for whoever will listen when it calls. And it does call. One of the last messages I read that week came from a man named Luis, who worked seasonal jobs and lived out of his rig year-round. He wrote about camping near an abandoned RV park in Nevada. The place had been shuttered for years. No hookups, no office, just cracked pavement and empty pads. He stayed because it was free and quiet. The first night was uneventful. The second night, he heard music. Faint, like a radio tuned between stations, drifting through the dark. By the 3rd night, he saw lights flickering where the office used to be. Not lanterns, not flashlights. Fluorescent, buzzing faintly, even though the building had no power. He told me he almost drove away, but something kept him there. Maybe it was stubbornness, maybe curiosity. On the 4th night, he decided to walk to the office. He described the air as thick, heavy, with the smell of burnt wires. Inside, the room was empty, except for a single chair turned toward the door. He said he didn't remember sitting in it, only that when he blinked, hours had passed and the sun was rising. He staggered back to his rig, packed up, and never returned. But here's the detail that stayed with me. In the dust on the office floor, he saw faint tire tracks, the shape of RV wheels, as though rigs had been pulling in and out all night long. When I read Luis's words, I thought about how many abandoned RV parks litter this country. Places where families once laughed, where campfires once burned, where now only wind moves through broken windows. If those places remember us, if they hold on to the imprint of who stayed there, maybe they're not empty at all. Maybe they're waiting. And the pattern kept circling back to me. Disappearances tied not to violence, but to invitation. Voices, lights, music, footprints, always something that made the night feel almost familiar, almost trustworthy. That's what frightens me the most, because it's not a monster clawing at the door. It's a gentle knock, a whisper, a suggestion. I finished that night of reading with my RV lights on, shades pulled tight, doors locked. But even then, I could feel it. That subtle pull, the question in the air. What if you just stepped outside? I've learned that fear doesn't always arrive like a predator. It doesn't crash into you with teeth bared and claws out. Sometimes it lingers like fog, seeping into the edges of your thoughts until you can't tell where your own instincts end and something else begins. That's what I kept sensing in these viewer stories. The way the danger felt less like an attack and more like a slow persuasion. One email was from a woman named Cheryl, 62 years old, who'd been on the road with her husband after his retirement. They'd chosen a well-known RV park in Texas, one of those places that advertises safety and friendliness, with rows of neat gravel pads and a clubhouse where travelers swap stories. Cheryl wrote that her husband stepped out one night to smoke, standing just beyond the glow of their awning light. She watched him from inside, cup of tea in hand. Nothing unusual in the way he leaned against the picnic table, but then she noticed his posture change. He was listening to something. She cracked the door to call out, and that's when she heard it too, singing. Not loud, not sharp, but distant, like a lullaby carried on the wind. She said it was the same tune she used to hum when rocking their children to sleep, decades earlier. Her husband began to walk toward the fence at the edge of the park, his cigarette still glowing. She shouted, but he didn't turn. By the time she ran barefoot after him, he had slipped through the broken part of the fence and disappeared into the mesquite. They searched for days. Dogs, helicopters, rangers. No one ever found him. And Cheryl told me something that has haunted me since. The lullaby stopped the moment I lost sight of him. When I read that, I thought about how many of us carry familiar sounds in our bones. A parent's voice, a song from childhood, the timbre of someone we once loved. If the wilderness, or whatever hides in it, knows how to mimic those sounds, then what chance do we have when fatigue lowers our defenses? Another story came from Darren, a full-time RVer who'd spent years bouncing between campgrounds in Utah and Colorado. He said he'd always been skeptical of the stories people told, but one night changed everything. He was parked at a small campground near Moab, surrounded by red cliffs that glowed like embers under the moonlight. Sound and light, around midnight, he woke to the sound of gravel crunching outside his window. He peeked through the blinds and saw a man standing there. At first, he thought it was another camper, but then he noticed something wrong. The figure wasn't casting a shadow. The moon was bright, the angle clear, but the man's outline didn't break the light. Darren stayed frozen, watching. The figure lifted a hand and beckoned toward him, slow and deliberate. Then it pointed to the door of the RV. Darren didn't move. He lay back, heart pounding, and waited. Hours passed before he dared to check again. When the sun finally rose, he opened the door and looked outside. In the gravel leading up to his RV were footprints pressed deep into the earth, but there were none leaving. That detail made my chest tighten, the idea of something approaching, standing there for hours and never retreating, as though it was still out there, waiting for another chance. The stories piled up, and I started to see a map in my mind. Arizona, Florida, Nevada, Texas, Utah. Different landscapes, different climates, different campers. But the pattern never shifted. An invitation disguised as familiarity. A song, a voice, a figure, a light. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're in an RV park, you are never as sealed off as you think. And I couldn't shake the question, are these disappearances random, or are they chosen? One of the most chilling accounts I received came from a father named Marcus, who had been camping in Oregon with his teenage son. They parked near a wooded RV park outside Tillamook, mist rolling low between the trees. He described how just before dawn his son shook him awake, pale and trembling. The boy said someone had been calling his name outside the window. Not in a whisper this time, but in Marcus's own voice. The son swore he heard his father telling him to come out, telling him it was safe, telling him they had to leave right then. But Marcus had been asleep the entire time, only waking when his son shook him. When they checked outside that morning, they found handprints smeared across the condensation on the RV's windows. Too high to be the boys', too wide to be Marcus's. The handprints were on every window. When I read that, my palms went clammy against the keyboard, and because I've woken in the middle of the night to find the windows of my own rig fogged, shapes pressed faintly against the glass. You tell yourself it's just your imagination, that moisture patterns can trick the eye. But what if they're not? What if someone or something waits for the moment you trust your own senses the least. I kept circling back to a truth I didn't want to admit. Maybe these parks aren't random places of safety sprinkled across the map. Maybe they're collection points, places where travelers gather, unaware that the same thin walls and soft ground that comfort us also leave us vulnerable. The quiet unease I felt reading these stories turned into a heavier weight, something closer to dread. Because if so many people have vanished, if the same patterns appear in letters from every corner of the country, then maybe it's not just their story. Maybe it's ours. And maybe the question isn't what is out there. Maybe the real question is, how long until it calls for me again? I couldn't sleep after reading Marcus's account. I kept picturing those handprints pressed against every window, circling his rig like a cage. And I thought about how many times I've sat inside mine, blinds drawn, convincing myself that the thin skin of fiberglass and glass was enough to keep the night at bay. The truth is, it never really is. An RV isn't a fortress, it's a box on wheels. And all it takes is one mistake, one moment of trust in a sound or a voice or a familiar rhythm, for that box to feel more like a trap than a shelter. Another viewer story from a woman named Carla drove that truth deeper into me. She and her brother had parked in a small RV park outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. It wasn't remote. The hum of the highway was close enough to carry, but she said the night itself felt heavier than any place she'd camped before. Around 3 a.m., she woke to the sound of her brother's voice outside the rig. He was calling her name, asking her to come unlock the door. But she could see him. He was asleep in the bunk above hers, chest rising and falling, his mouth slack in deep rest. The voice outside grew more insistent. Same cadence, same pitch, same inflections, her brother's voice, but more urgent. She said she wanted to cover her ears, but her body felt pinned in place, like something wanted her to listen. When it finally stopped, she shook her brother awake and begged him to sit up with her until sunrise. He thought she was dreaming. But in the morning, when they stepped outside, they found the dirt around their RV disturbed in a perfect circle. No footprints, just a wide, pressed-down ring, as though something had circled them again and again, close enough to touch the metal, all night long. That detail sank into me, the ring around the rig. I imagined the sound of footsteps I've heard on gravel lots, crunching steady and slow. Always I've told myself it was another camper stretching their legs, a dog on a late-night walk, the wind shifting branches. But what if it wasn't? What if it was something tracing a circle, patient as hunger, waiting for a door to open? And Carla ended her letter with a warning. Don't camp alone. If you do, don't answer when it sounds like someone you know, because sometimes the voice is too perfect. That line made me think about all the times fear disguises itself as comfort. It doesn't show up as a monster. It shows up as your brother's voice, your mother's lullaby, your spouse calling you from just beyond the awning light. It's clever that way. It knows what we'll trust. Then there was the story from Anthony, a mechanic who lived full-time in his RV after his divorce. He camped often in California, and one night he stopped in a park near Shasta Lake. He described how he'd been lying awake, unable to shake a feeling of restlessness, when he noticed something odd. Every RV in the park had gone dark, except his. He swore he'd seen lights on earlier, TVs flickering, porch lights glowing. Now it was as though the entire place had been emptied at once. Curious, he stepped outside. The air smelled strange, he said, sharp and metallic, almost like blood in the back of his throat. He walked a short distance, peering into the shadows where other rigs sat. And that's when he realized there were no rigs. Where they had been parked earlier, there was nothing but empty pads, flattened grass, and the faint smell of exhaust. Anthony told me he ran back to his RV, locked the door, and waited for morning. When the sun came up, the park was full again. Rigs in every spot. Neighbors cooking breakfast, walking dogs, waving at him like nothing had happened. He tried asking them, casually, if anyone had noticed the lights out or the smell. They looked at him blankly, said no, they'd slept just fine. He wrote that he left that morning and never stayed in a full park again. That one got to me, because I've stayed in crowded campgrounds before, surrounded by strangers whose presence made me feel safer. But what if that safety is a mirage? What if for a few hours in the middle of the night you're the only one left, surrounded not by neighbors but by something else entirely? And the more I thought about Anthony's account, the more I realized how little control we really have out here. You can plan your route, you can choose your park carefully, you can keep your rig locked and your lights on, but none of that changes the fact that the wilderness, whether desert, forest, or mountain, presses right up against those thin walls. And sometimes it presses back. Then came one of the shortest but most unsettling notes I've ever received. No name, no location, just a few sentences. I camped alone in my RV. I woke up in a different park. Same rig, same setup, but different trees, different sky. There were no roads in or out. When I woke again, I was back where I started. I don't know if I dreamed it, but the dirt on my shoes wasn't the same. I sat staring at that message for a long time, because that's the kind of detail, the dirt on the shoes, that makes me believe these people. Not grand claims, not flowery descriptions, just small, real fragments that feel heavier than fiction. And I think about my own dreams, the ones I've had while camping, where I wake up unsure of what's real. Sometimes I dream I've stepped outside and walked to the edge of the trees. Sometimes I wake with mud on my floor mat, even though I know I didn't open the door. I try to tell myself I'm just careless. But then I read these stories, and I wonder if we're all being careless in the same way, or if something out there is making sure we never remember the full truth. There's a point after you've read enough of these stories where you stop asking whether they're true in the way the world wants you to measure truth. You stop looking for missing person reports or police files or news clippings to back them up, because you start to notice that the details don't contradict each other. They overlap. They rhyme. And the more you hear them, the more you realize they've been describing the same thing all along. One night, I was sitting at my tiny RV table with nothing but the glow of my laptop and the steady hum of the propane heater when I opened a message from a man named Henry. He'd been camping at a small park in Arkansas with his wife and their dog, a black lab named Daisy. They had been parked near a stand of pines, just far enough from the main office that it felt private but still within reach of the other campers. Henry wrote that Daisy started growling around 1:30 a.m. He got up to check, thinking maybe a raccoon or stray dog was nearby. When he peered through the window, he saw a woman standing just outside the circle of the awning light. Her hair was long, her clothes pale, almost glowing in the dimness. She was calling softly, coaxing Daisy to come out. The strangest part, he said, was that the dog's growl shifted, low and hostile, then high and almost whining, as though torn between instinct and command. Henry cracked the door just enough to see clearer, but the moment he did, the woman turned her head sharply toward him. Her face wasn't right, too smooth, too still, like a wax figure that had been left too close to a flame. He slammed the door, locked it, and pulled Daisy away from the entry. But all night long, the dog paced, restless, ears pricked to a sound only she could hear. When Henry finally dared to step outside at dawn, he found a half-moon of prints in the frost, bare feet, circling the RV again and again. But the prints didn't lead away. They ended in the shadow of the pines, as though the figure had melted into the trees. Reading Henry's words, I thought about how many campers tell me the same thing. Circles around their rigs, the sense of being measured, tested, waited on. And I wonder if the wilderness has rules of its own. Maybe it doesn't force itself in. Maybe it waits for us to step out, to answer, to acknowledge it. Another story from a young couple named Trevor and Kate brought that idea into sharper focus. They had been camping in Oregon, parked at a quiet riverside campground. They said the first 2 nights were perfect. Clear skies, trout jumping in the current, the sound of water steady enough to lull them to sleep. On the 3rd night, though, Trevor woke to the sound of his name. Not loud, not desperate, just a calm, steady call from the riverbank. He thought it was Kate, but when he turned, she was still asleep beside him. He lay there, holding his breath, until the voice called again. This time, it was his mother's voice. His mother had been dead for nearly 10 years. He got out of bed and started to move toward the door before Kate stirred awake and grabbed his arm. She told him later that his eyes looked glazed, like he wasn't there at all. She asked what he'd heard, and when he told her, she shook her head. "That's not your mother," she whispered. "Don't open it." They stayed pressed together in silence until dawn. When they went outside that morning, they found wet footprints leading from the river straight to their door, human-shaped but larger than Trevor's own. That story stuck to me because it wasn't just about fear. It was about trust, about how close Trevor had come to believing the voice, to stepping outside into a night that had no reason to give him back. And I thought about the times in my own life I've been tempted to believe the impossible just because it sounded like someone I loved. That's what makes these disappearances so convincing, not that they happen in remote wilderness, but that they happen in places we're supposed to feel safe. Another message came from an older man, retired military, who refused to give his name but signed his note simply as a witness. He wrote about staying in an RV park in Wyoming, one of those places off the highway that mostly serves truckers and seasonal workers. He described waking to see light flooding through the thin curtains, bright enough that he thought it must be morning. But when he checked the clock, it was just past 2 a.m. Curious, he stepped outside and saw that the light wasn't from the sun at all. It was pouring from the sky in a single column, like a spotlight from nowhere, fixed on an empty patch of gravel where no RV had been parked. He stood frozen, heart pounding, watching as the light pulsed brighter and brighter, until suddenly it snapped off, leaving only the dim glow of the park's sodium lamps. The next day, one of the RVs was gone. A family of 3 who had been parked just down from him. He remembered the kids riding bikes that afternoon. The spot was empty, no tire marks, no packed down grass. When he asked the manager about it, the man looked confused. "That site hasn't been rented in weeks," he said. The witness ended his message with a line I'll never forget. "The world doesn't erase people, but I think some places do." And that line, that idea, has burrowed into me like a splinter I can't remove. Because what if it's not just about individual disappearances? What if certain RV parks, certain campgrounds are thin places? Places where the ordinary rules of presence and absence don't apply? When I close my eyes at night in my own rig, I sometimes picture those thin places. I imagine the circle of prints around Henry's RV, the wet footprints at Trevor and Kate's door, the column of light swallowing a family whole. And I wonder how many of us are only one whisper, one misstep, one curious glance away from joining them. The unease grows heavier each time I let myself think about it. Because the stories don't just warn me about what others have seen. They remind me of what I've nearly done myself. The nights I've stood with my hand on the door latch, listening to something just convincing enough to make me believe. And I wonder, if I hadn't stopped, if I'd opened that door, would anyone have ever known where I went? There's one story that still keeps me from sleeping when I think about it too long. A viewer named Caleb wrote me, 31 years old, traveling solo across the Midwest in a beat-up Class C. He'd stopped at a small RV park in Kansas. Nothing special, just gravel pads, a row of picnic tables, and a line of cottonwoods rattling in the wind. He said the first 2 nights were quiet, almost boring. The kind of camping trip where you wake up to the smell of dew and diesel, drink burnt coffee, and keep moving. But on the 3rd night, he woke to silence, so complete it felt like a weight pressing on his chest. Caleb wrote that silence differently than most people do. He said it wasn't the absence of sound. It was a presence, thick and deliberate, like something had pressed a hand over the mouth of the world. Not a leaf moved, not a truck on the highway. Even his RV's usual creaks seemed to stop. And then he heard it. 3 slow knocks on the side of his rig. He froze. His first thought was another camper playing a prank. But when he checked through the blinds, every other rig in the park sat dark and still. He leaned closer to the window, heart hammering, when the knocks came again, this time higher, as if right against the glass near his face. He stumbled back, nearly falling. And that's when the silence broke. Not with sound, but with a shift of air, like someone had opened door inside the RV without touching the latch. The temperature dropped so fast his breath plumed in the dark. He swore he could feel someone standing behind him. But when he spun around, there was nothing there. At dawn, he left without even putting his coffee pot away. He wrote that he hasn't stayed in an RV park since. He dry camps in open fields, rest areas, anywhere but a place where footsteps can come close enough to knock. And at the end of his email, he added a line I've never forgotten. If the night can come inside without opening the door, then the locks don't mean anything, do they? That line tore through me. Because I've always relied on the ritual of locking up. The door, the compartments, the windows. It's a small act of control. But Caleb's story reminded me how fragile that illusion really is. Another story came from a woman named Hannah who had been camping with her sister and her niece at a park in Montana. She wrote that her niece, only 8 years old, kept talking about the other family parked across from them. The problem was there was no other RV there, just an empty pad, gravel, and a lamppost buzzing faintly with moths. At first, they brushed it off as imagination. Kids see things we don't. But one night, Hannah woke to her niece talking softly in her sleep, not muttering, but answering questions in a clear voice. Hannah leaned closer and heard her niece whispering, "No, I don't want to go yet. Mommy says I can't." The next morning, the girl wouldn't say who she'd been talking to. She just kept staring at the empty pad across the way. On their last night, Hannah said she woke to see her niece standing at the RV door, hand on the handle, eyes glassy. She yanked her back before she could pull it open. And when she looked outside, the lamppost across the pad was no longer buzzing. It was glowing white, like a beacon. She ended her story by telling me she doesn't take her niece camping anymore. And I can't blame her, because if something can convince a child to answer, to agree, to follow, then what hope do we have? Children trust more easily. They listen when they shouldn't. And maybe that's why some of the disappearances are families, not just individuals. Then there was a message from a man named Owen who'd been camping near the Smoky Mountains. He described it in a way that made my skin crawl, how he'd woken up to laughter outside his RV. Not rowdy laughter, not drunk campers, but the sound of kids playing tag, their voices rising and falling in joy. He said it was so real that he almost smiled, remembering his own childhood summers. But then it hit him. He was parked alone. The park had been nearly empty when he checked in. And the laughter wasn't moving away or toward him, it circled. Round and round his rig, the patter of invisible feet in the gravel, the giggles growing louder when he peeked through the blinds. Finally, he shouted, a single word, sharp, trying to cut the spell. The laughter stopped instantly, not faded, not drifted. Stopped like someone had cut the cord of a speaker. When morning came, he found small footprints in the dirt. Bare, child-sized, circling his RV like a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Owen's story reminded me of something I try not to dwell on. Joy can be just as dangerous as fear. If you hear crying, you tense, you guard yourself. But laughter disarms you. It makes you want to believe. And maybe that's the trap. The stories kept stacking, each one pulling me deeper into a dread I couldn't shake. People vanishing after hearing familiar voices. Children pulled toward glowing lampposts. Families erased from parks without a trace. And every time the details lined up in ways too strange to dismiss. The circle around the RV, the sudden silence, the knock that comes without a visitor. And I started asking myself something dangerous. What if these aren't separate stories at all? What if they're pieces of the same thing, scattered across states, across decades, but tied together by the same invisible thread? Because I've been in those parks. I've stood in the silence, hand on the latch. I've heard the voices that shouldn't know my name. And every time I read another story, I realize how close I've come to stepping outside, to disappearing just like them. That's when the panic hits, not for what I've already heard, but for what's still waiting to call me. I think about Owen's story almost every time I lay down for the night. The sound of children laughing when there are no children near. It's the kind of detail that gnaws at you, because laughter is supposed to mean life, safety, company. To twist that into a trap feels cruel in a way more brutal than claws or teeth ever could. It makes me wonder if whatever stalks these parks understands us more than we'd like to admit. And then I remember the letter from Maria, a nurse from Louisiana who had taken her RV out to a bayou campground for a long weekend. She wrote that her first night there was filled with frogs and crickets, the air buzzing so thick it almost hummed through the walls. But on her second night, the sounds cut out all at once, like someone flipped a switch. She sat up in bed, heart thudding, and that's when she heard it. Breathing, not hers. Not close, but everywhere at once, heavy and slow, as if the whole swamp were inhaling and exhaling right outside her rig. She held still for nearly an hour, trying to tell herself it was the wind or a trick of her imagination. But when she finally dared to look outside, she saw the surface of the bayou rippling in perfect rhythm with the breath. The water moved in and out as if the swamp itself had lungs. By morning, she found her footprints in the mud leading from the RV to the water's edge, but she had no memory of leaving. No mud on her shoes, no damp clothes, just a trail that began at her door and ended at the waterline. She packed up and drove home that day. Her email ended with, "If the swamp wanted me, it could have taken me. Maybe it's just waiting until I'm too tired to resist." When I read Maria's words, I felt my own chest tighten, because I know that exhaustion she's talking about. The way long days on the road wear you down until night feels heavier than it should. Fear doesn't need to break you with force. It just needs to catch you when you're too tired to think. Another message came from two brothers, Kyle and Jason, who had camped in Arizona near the Painted Desert. They told me that after their second night, they both woke at exactly the same time, gasping as though someone had shoved them awake. They looked out the window and saw what they swore were their own RVs parked across the lot. Identical. Same color, same make, even the same dent in the bumper. Jason wanted to go check, convinced it had to be some weird coincidence. Kyle stopped him. They sat together, watching in silence, until the other RVs flickered like a mirage and were gone. In the morning, their own RV still sat alone in that section of the park. They ended their note with a single question that I haven't been able to shake. What if we're not the only version of ourselves out here? That detail knotted my stomach because I've had dreams, if they were dreams, where I wake up in a different campground entirely. Same rig, same belongings, but the trees are wrong. The ground is different. Once, I even found a folded map on my counter that I'd never bought. I told myself I must have picked it up and forgotten. But sometimes, when I'm half awake, I wonder if another version of me left it there. And that's the kind of suspicion that eats at your sanity. Because once you start questioning your own memories, you lose the ability to say with confidence that you're still where you began. The stories piled on top of one another until I started feeling like my own walls were paper thin, like the voices and figures and sounds were pressing closer each night I stayed on the road. One of the last messages I opened that week came from a man named Deshaun, who had been camping with his fiancée at a park in Colorado. He said they'd gone to bed after a long hike, completely drained, but sometime in the night his fiancée shook him awake. She whispered that there was someone standing in the doorway of the RV. He thought she was dreaming, but when he rolled over, he saw it too, a silhouette, black against the dim glow of the nightlight. The figure didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there, blocking the exit. Deshaun lunged out of bed, ready to fight, but the moment he did, the figure dissolved like smoke sucked back into the walls. The door was still locked, no windows open. But here's the part that chilled me most. The next morning, their carbon monoxide detector was sitting on the counter. Batteries pulled out, casing cracked. They hadn't touched it. When I read that, I sat frozen at my table, the hum of my own heater suddenly sounding louder than it ever had before. Because what if the danger isn't just in the voices and the lights? What if it waits in the silence, in the invisible things you trust to keep you alive, like air? The dread was building with every story, not just because of the disappearances, but because of the sameness of them. Patterns too clean to ignore. Knocks, voices, footprints, doubles, laughter, circles around the rig. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't just reading their fears anymore. I was recognizing my own. The knocks I've heard, the voices I've nearly followed, the mornings I've woken with dirt I couldn't explain. I used to think of these parks as waypoints, safe havens between stretches of lonely road. Now I see them differently, not as escapes from the wilderness, but as openings into it, gateways where the distance between what's real and what's waiting thins just enough for someone to slip through. And I'm terrified because every time I shut my eyes, I can feel how close I've come to slipping through myself. There's a point where these stories stop feeling like warnings from other people and start feeling like mirrors. I didn't notice it at first. It crept in slow, the way unease always does. But the longer I sat with these accounts, the more I felt that strange, skin-tight recognition. Like when you read a sentence and realize you've already thought it before, or when you hear a sound at night and know you've heard it before, even if you can't place when. That's when panic starts, not with the unknown, but with the suspicion that you already know too much. One letter in particular shoved me toward that realization. It came from a woman named Dana who had camped in Nevada, not far from Great Basin. She described pulling into an RV park where the office was locked up, no manager in sight, but the power still worked. She figured it was one of those honor system places where you drop cash in an envelope and park wherever you want. She said the first night was fine, quiet. The second night, she noticed something odd. When she looked out, every rig in the park was the same model as hers, same color, same year. At first, she thought it was coincidence, maybe some rally she hadn't heard about. But when she took a closer look, she noticed each one had her same bumper sticker, her same dent above the wheel well, even the same hand towel hanging in the tiny bathroom window. The only difference was this. In each of those rigs, through each of those thin curtains, she saw a woman sitting at the table, a woman who looked exactly like her. She didn't remember leaving after that. She only remembers driving again, sun in her eyes, desert rushing by. She told me she doesn't stay in RV parks anymore. She boondocks on open land where at least the empty horizon feels honest. I read her email 3 times, and the more I sat with it, the more it scraped against something I've buried in myself. Because I've woken before with the sense that I've already been awake. I've brewed coffee with the faint taste of déjà vu on my tongue, as though I've already done the exact same thing in another version of the morning. And sometimes late at night, when I catch my reflection in the dark RV window, I swear I see a hesitation. Like my reflection lags just a second behind me, deciding whether or not to follow. Another story came from a man named Roger in Utah who camped with his teenage daughter. He said she woke him one night, whispering that someone was knocking on the RV door. He listened, and sure enough, 3 soft taps. He grabbed a flashlight and opened the door, but there was no one there. The gravel was undisturbed. When he shut the door, the knocks came again. This time from the bathroom door inside the rig. He flung it open. Nothing. He swore to me he checked every corner, every cabinet. Empty. But when he turned back toward his daughter, she was standing in the exact same spot as before, only her eyes looked strange. She asked, "Daddy, when are we going to let them in?" That sentence sent a chill through me so deep I had to get up from my table and pace, because I know that pull, the suggestion that it isn't a stranger at the door, but something you already agreed to. I've stood at my own latch more than once, hand trembling, ready to open to a voice that sounded like mine, or my father's, or a friend I lost years ago. It's not the danger itself that terrifies me. It's how easy it is to say yes. And then there was one last note I can't stop thinking about. It came without a name, without a location. Just a single paragraph. If you're reading this, you've already heard it too. The knock, the voice, the laughter. You think you didn't open the door, but you did. You always do. That's why you're writing these stories down. That's why you're collecting them. You're part of it now. You just haven't realized you disappeared yet. I stared at those words until the letters blurred. I wanted to tell myself it was a joke, a cruel hoax from someone who knew my channel, who wanted to get inside my head. But deep down, I knew better. Because that same night, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of knocking. Not on the door, not on the windows, from underneath the RV. 3 steady raps so close to where my head lay that I felt them through the mattress. I froze, holding my breath, listening. The knock didn't come again. But when I leaned up to look out the window, the entire park around me was dark. No porch lights, no generators humming, no glow from inside other rigs. It was as though every camper had vanished at once, leaving me alone in a hollow park. And for a moment, staring into that thick silence, I wondered if I already had vanished too. If I was the one who'd been erased, caught in some thin seam of time where no one else existed anymore. That thought lodged in me like a hook, and I haven't been able to shake it since. Because what if these disappearances don't happen all at once? What if they start like this? A knock, a voice, a wrong reflection, and then peel you away piece by piece until the world you thought you were living in is just a shadow of the one you left. And maybe that's what I'm really afraid of. Not that I'll vanish suddenly without warning, but that it's already happening right now, and I just haven't caught up to the truth. I've started to notice small things that make me wonder if the vanishing has already begun for me. Things I would have dismissed before, things I would have brushed off as road fatigue or stress. But now they feel heavier, like clues I'm only just now brave enough to acknowledge. Last week, I woke up in a campground in Idaho and couldn't remember driving there. My last memory was pulling into a rest area 200 miles away. My logbook showed no fuel stops. My odometer didn't add up. But when I checked my fridge, there was a carton of milk with an expiration date weeks ahead of what I remembered buying. It was cold, fresh, unopened. Another morning, I found a set of boot prints in the thin dust on my floor. Too large to be mine, too narrow to belong to anyone I knew. I stared at them for nearly an hour before wiping them away with a damp cloth, as though erasing them would erase the questions that came with them. But they weren't gone in my mind. They pressed against me the same way the voices press against my door. And then there's the worst of it, the gaps in memory that come when I read these viewer stories. I'll be halfway through typing a reply only to realize I don't remember starting the message. Sometimes the words don't even sound like mine. Sometimes they read back like confessions, not responses. That's when I circle back to the anonymous message. You think you didn't open the door, but you did. You always do. It's the always that digs under my skin. Because if these parks are thin places, if the disappearances aren't random, then maybe the pattern isn't about who vanishes. Maybe it's about when you notice you already have. I think of one last story from a man named Bill, 70 years old, widower who had been camping in Washington State. He said he woke one night to hear his wife's voice outside. She'd been gone for 5 years, but the sound was so true, so clear, that he burst into tears before he even made it to the door. She was calling to him softly, telling him she'd found a campsite by the lake, telling him he should come join her. He opened the door. That's where his letter ended. No follow-up, no detail of what came next. Just an unfinished sentence, cut off mid-word like he'd stopped typing in the middle of a thought. His email signature was still there, his name still typed beneath. But the story ended in the hollow of that open door, and I don't think he ever came back from it. I've tried to rationalize all this to find patterns that make sense in the daylight. I've read about sleep paralysis, auditory hallucinations, tricks of light, the way our brains reach for the familiar when they're deprived of rest. And all of that explains pieces, but not the whole, not the footprints circling rigs, not the children answering questions in their sleep, not the families erased as though their rigs had never touched the ground. And it doesn't explain what keeps happening to me. 2 nights ago, in Wyoming, I woke up to find my RV parked at the far edge of the campground, even though I'd left it near the bathhouse. Tire tracks behind me proved I'd moved, but the keys were still on the counter. When I stepped outside, the ground felt soft, almost spongy, like it wasn't soil at all, but something breathing under the surface. And from the dark line of trees, I heard laughter again. Not children this time, but deeper, heavier, like a chorus of voices overlapping, none of them quite in sync. I locked the door, pulled the blinds, and sat at my table until dawn, shaking. But when the sun rose, the park looked normal again. Families cooking breakfast, kids riding bikes, neighbors waving, as though nothing had happened. As though nothing had ever happened. That's what terrifies me most, that these disappearances aren't permanent, at least not right away. That maybe people slip back in for a while, walking and breathing and waving good morning until the day they don't. And maybe that's already happening to me. Maybe I'm already gone in ways I don't realize, leaving pieces of myself behind in the stories I'm telling. Because sometimes when I read back what I've written, the words don't sound like mine anymore. They sound like someone else is speaking through me. Maybe that's the truth no one wants to say out loud. The reason these stories match, the reason the details repeat, the reason the pattern never breaks, is because it isn't just their stories. It's one story, and we're all caught in it. And I can't shake the feeling that the more I write it down, the deeper in I go. Like every word is a step closer to the door. Like maybe I've already opened it, and this is what it looks like on the other side. I keep telling myself that if I just stay awake long enough, keep the lights on, and stay focused, I'll be safe. But fear has a way of getting inside whether you open the door or not. It comes in through exhaustion, through the cracks in memory, through the smallest moments when your body acts before your mind. And I think that's how it's happening to me, slow, almost polite, as though the vanishing doesn't need to snatch me away. It just needs to wait for me to give myself over piece by piece. Take last night. I'd parked in Colorado, up near the mountains where the air thins and the stars look close enough to scrape. It was a half-full park, the kind of place where rigs glow like lanterns in the distance, and you can trick yourself into feeling safe just by counting them. I made dinner, washed the dishes, wrote a little, nothing unusual. I remember lying down, listening to the faint hum of a generator nearby and thinking I might actually sleep. Then I woke up. I woke up standing outside my RV, barefoot, gravel biting into the soles of my feet. My door was shut behind me, locked. The keys were still inside on the counter. I could see them through the window. I don't remember unlocking the door. I don't remember stepping out. But there I was, skin cold, breath white in the air. And across the campground, maybe 50 feet away, stood a figure. Not moving, not waving, just standing perfectly still, watching me. At first, I thought it was another camper, someone who'd stepped out for air. But then I realized the figure was standing in a spot where no RV had been parked. Just open ground. And the longer I stared, the more the figure began to look like me. Same stance, same shape, same tilt of the head. I don't know how long I stood there staring, but the next thing I knew, I was back inside my rig, door locked, lying on the bed, gravel still clinging to my feet. And I can't tell you if that was a dream or if the part where I was back inside was the dream. That's the kind of thing that makes you panic, not monsters in the woods, not glowing lights, not even the voices that know your name. It's the unraveling of trust in your own memory, the fear that you've already slipped somewhere you can't get back from. I read another message today, one that twisted that knife deeper. It came from a woman named Lisette, camping alone in Oregon. She said she'd begun to suspect she wasn't alone in her own RV. Little things at first: her shoes placed differently than she remembered, a notebook left open to a page she hadn't read yet. Then one night, she woke to the sound of someone humming inside her rig. The sound came from the kitchenette, low and steady, like someone was cooking breakfast at 3 a.m. She lay frozen, too afraid to move, until the humming stopped, and then she heard the refrigerator door close. When she finally got up the courage to look, everything was in its place. Except for a single plate set neatly on the counter, crumbs scattered across it. She hadn't eaten. She hadn't set the plate out. Her message ended with a line that made my chest seize. What if it isn't that they disappear? What if something else takes their place? That question has been echoing in me all day, because sometimes I wonder if that's the truth. Maybe the people who vanish don't actually go anywhere. Maybe they just change. Maybe the reason you never hear the door open, the reason the footprints stop, the reason the lights flicker without power is because it's not about taking you out. It's about letting something else in. And when I think about the figure I saw last night, standing across the gravel looking like me, I wonder if I've already been replaced. If I'm sitting here writing this not as myself, but as whatever comes back through once the door has been opened. The panic builds every time I let myself think about it. My hands shake on the keys. I hear small noises under the hum of the heater. Taps, sighs, the whisper of breath where there shouldn't be any. I tell myself it's nothing, but the stories I've collected say otherwise. I think of Bill opening the door to his wife's voice and never finishing his letter. I think of Dana seeing her doubles in every rig. I think of Maria's footprints leading to the water, though she never left her bed. And I think of myself, standing barefoot on gravel, staring at my own shape in the dark. I don't know if I'm already gone. I don't know if this writing is mine or if it belongs to something using me as its hand. But I do know one thing. Every single disappearance I've read, every single account I've heard carries one common thread. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It doesn't matter how prepared, how cautious, how careful the wilderness has patience. It doesn't need to break down your door. It just waits for you to open it, and we always do. I don't think I've told anyone this before. Not out loud, not in writing, not until now. But I need to get it down before the details slip away like all the others. A few nights ago, I woke to find the blinds in my RV drawn open. I never leave them that way. I'm careful, obsessive even, about closing them before bed. But when I sat up, every window was bare, and moonlight flooded the inside of the rig as though the walls had dissolved. Outside, the campground was empty. Pads that had been full of rigs and trailers at sundown were bare gravel now, tire tracks vanishing into the dark. The lampposts were lit, but they didn't glow yellow. They pulsed with a faint blue light, almost like veins under skin. And then I saw something worse. Across the park, in one of the empty pads, stood my RV. Same dent on the bumper, same awning half rolled, same cracks in the back window seal. Only the blinds weren't drawn open. They were closed tight, just as I'd left mine before bed. I watched, frozen, as the door to that RV creaked open. A figure stepped out, and it was me. He moved like I move, scratching the back of his neck the same way I do when I'm half awake. He looked around, squinting against the blue light, and then he turned his head toward me, toward this RV. And I swear, in that moment, we locked eyes. I don't know what happened after that. I don't remember crawling back under the covers, or if I even did. I only remember waking to sunlight streaming through the blinds, my rig parked in the same spot it had been the night before. Neighbors were out cooking breakfast, dogs barking, life buzzing again as though nothing had happened. But here's the part that gnaws at me. When I went outside to breathe the morning air, I noticed the gravel in the pad across the lot. It wasn't bare anymore. It was pressed flat with tire tracks, my exact tread. That's when I realized the disappearances might not be about leaving at all. Maybe they're about multiplying. Maybe for every person who goes missing, something else comes back. And and the world just keeps moving, unaware that what's waving good morning to them isn't the same neighbor they saw the night before. I can't shake it. Every time someone smiles at me in a park now, I wonder if they're really there, or if they've already slipped into the pattern. And then I remember Lisette's words, what if it isn't that they disappear? What if something else takes their place? That thought has hollowed me out, because sometimes when I look in the mirror, I don't recognize myself. Not the tired face, not the eyes too bloodshot from sleepless nights, not even the way I stand. It's like I'm watching someone wear me like a mask, trying to remember which expressions fit. The panic builds every night now. I try not to fall asleep, but sleep comes anyway, dragging me under like water. And each time I wake, I notice something just slightly wrong. A mug out of place. A word I don't remember writing in my journal. A bruise on my arm shaped like a handprint, though I camp alone. It feels less like I'm slipping away and more like I'm being rewritten. And maybe that's what these viewer stories have been trying to tell me all along. Not just that people vanish, but that those who remain, those who think they remain, aren't as whole as they believe. I wonder if that's why so many of the letters ended abruptly. Bill's cut off mid-sentence, Dana's fading into desert roads, the anonymous ones with no names, no locations, just fragments. Maybe they were already being written by something else, something using their fingers to type the last words before they were gone for good. And maybe that's what I'm doing right now. I don't know if anyone listening to this will believe me. I don't know if it even matters anymore. But I need you to hear this, because if you ever find yourself in one of those parks, listening to the knocks, the laughter, the voices calling your name, don't tell yourself you're strong enough to resist. Don't tell yourself you'll never open the door, because it doesn't need you to. It just needs time. And when it comes, you won't even know the difference between leaving and staying, between yourself and what's replaced you. I think that's the cruelest part of it all. The disappearances aren't sudden. They're patient. They peel you away layer by layer until one morning you wake up and smile at your neighbors, fry your eggs, lock your door like always. And no one, not even you, realizes you've already crossed over. I keep asking myself the same question every night now, staring at the ceiling, heart racing with every creak of the rig. Am I still me, or am I just what's been left behind? I think this is the part where I stop pretending I'm only telling your stories. The truth is, somewhere along the way, the line between what you wrote to me and what I've lived blurred. I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what happens right before you vanish. You start carrying other people's disappearances like they're your own, until you can't remember if you're warning others or confessing yourself. 2 nights ago, I set my phone to record while I slept. I thought maybe if I could capture the knocks or the voices, I'd have proof. When I played it back the next morning, I didn't hear knocks. I didn't hear laughter. What I heard was my own voice whispering. For 6 minutes straight, I whispered words I don't remember saying, and they weren't in any language I know. When the recording stopped, there was one last sound, a voice clear as daylight saying my name, not from inside the rig, from the recorder itself. Like something else was close enough to bend the technology to speak not just to me but through me. I deleted the file, but the whisper stayed in my head all day, like an echo that had sunk too deep to erase. Last night, I swore I wouldn't sleep. I brewed coffee, blasted the radio, kept the lights on. I sat at my table and tried to keep my eyes open until morning. And then I blinked, just once. When I opened my eyes, the radio was silent. The lights were off. And outside, through the thin RV walls, I could hear it again, children laughing. Only this time, it wasn't circling the rig. It was inside, at the table, in the bathroom, at the foot of my bed. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Because I knew the moment I acknowledged it, the moment I tried to stop it, it would change. And I couldn't survive hearing it change. When the laughter stopped, I finally sat up, sweat slick on my back. And there, on the counter, was a plate, crumbs scattered across it, just like Lisette had said. That was when I knew. These stories weren't warnings. They were invitations. Every time someone told me what they'd seen, what they'd heard, what they'd felt, they weren't pushing the fear away. They were passing it along. And now it's here, sitting in the chair across from me, watching while I write this. I don't know if I'll make it through another night. I don't know if I even want to. Because the longer I hold on, the more I feel like I'm fighting something I've already lost to. Maybe I did open the door. Maybe I've been outside this whole time, watching myself inside, tapping on the walls, waiting to be let back in. And maybe that's what all of us are doing out here in these parks, wandering circles around our own lives, listening to voices that sound too much like home, knocking on doors that will always open eventually. If you take anything from this, anything at all, take this. The vanishings are real. They don't happen in headlines or in police reports or in statistics. They happen quietly, one by one, in places you've stayed before, places you thought were safe. They happen in the knock at your window, in the familiar voice calling your name, in the moment you trust what you shouldn't. And by the time you realize you're part of the story, it's already too late. I don't know if I'm still me as I finish this. I don't know if the words you're hearing belong to the same person who started them. But I do know this. Every disappearance I've told you about, every vanishing you've imagined, every set of footprints around an RV at night, they're not separate. They're one story. And now you're in it too. Because you listened. Because you heard your name in my voice. Because you opened the door. I never thought a place that looked so empty on a map could feel so alive with something waiting. The first night I set up the RV at Moonridge Campground, it felt like the forest itself was watching me, not with eyes, but with patience. I'd arrived late, just past sunset, the sky bruised purple over the ridges. The campsite was almost deserted, save for a few tents and another lone RV tucked into the corner. A man named Garrett had greeted me briefly when I pulled in. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with a sun-wrinkled face and eyes like stones. Flat, gray, unreadable. "Keep the lights low," he'd said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I thought it was a joke. I would come to learn it wasn't. I had planned the trip for months, 2 weeks alone on the road, just me, my journals, and the old RV my father had left me when he passed. I told myself it was about reflection, about quiet, about being in the wilderness far from the clamor of the world. But the forest at Moonridge had its own rhythm, and it spoke in ways I didn't understand at first. There was the rustling of trees when the wind wasn't blowing, the almost steps on the soft dirt paths, the distant howls that weren't wolves or coyotes. At first, I laughed at myself, blaming imagination, too many late nights watching old horror movies. But even then, there was a chill that crept under the door, a sense that the darkness had shape, and it wasn't waiting for me. It was patient. The second night, I heard it for the first time. A knock. Sharp, deliberate, against the RV's side panel. I froze mid-sip of lukewarm coffee. At first, I thought Garrett or someone else playing a prank, but no, there was nobody. I looked out, flashlight trembling in my grip, and the beam swept across nothing but the black silhouettes of trees. No footprints, no movement. Just the heavy, still night air pressing close to my skin. I convinced myself it was a branch hitting the side of the RV, this though the sound had been too measured, too precise to be random. By the third night, I was learning the campsite had rules I hadn't been told. Don't wander after sunset. Don't answer if you hear the wind talking your name. Don't look at the moon when it hangs too low. Ridiculous warnings, I thought, until I saw it. The moon, impossibly red, rising low over the ridges, and then, in a movement that defied sense, it dipped below the horizon, only to rise again minutes later. Twice. My journal entry reads now like a fevered child's scribble. The moon, set twice. Something is wrong here. I didn't know whether to laugh or panic. My rational mind battled with a deepening dread that had nothing to do with reason. The days blurred. I walked the trails, trying to keep my mind occupied. Each turn in the path seemed familiar yet wrong. Trees I was certain hadn't been there yesterday loomed where there had been empty fields. I began marking the trail with chalk from my RV, only to find the marks missing the next morning. Or maybe I hadn't marked them. I couldn't tell anymore. There was an oppressive weight in the air, like the forest itself had decided I didn't belong. It was on the fifth night that I truly understood the forest's patience. I had tried to cook, a small fire outside the RV, and the smoke curled lazily into the sky. Then the knocking returned. This time, not from the side of the RV, but from the fire itself, sharp raps that seemed almost to tap out a rhythm. I froze, the spatula in my hand. The fire hissed as if it was aware of the intrusion, and a cold breeze ran across my shoulders, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Iron, wet earth, something faintly metallic that clung to my throat. I remember thinking, this is real. I am not imagining it. The next morning, I met a group of campers at the small general store in the park, a place with peeling paint and dusty windows. They were local, familiar with Moonridge like I was a passing cloud. A young woman named Elise, maybe 28, warned me quietly, almost in fear. "You've seen it, haven't you? The moon that sets twice." Her eyes were wide, restless, and something in them was warning, pleading. She didn't need to explain. I felt the truth in her expression before her words even formed. People didn't leave Moonridge after sunset without fear, and sometimes they didn't leave at all. That evening, I noticed the strange symmetry of the forest's sounds. The distant calls of an owl mirrored almost perfectly against another unseen call, but the second was delayed, wrong, like an echo from a place that didn't exist. I realized I wasn't alone. Not in the sense of other campers, but in the sense that the forest itself was aware, watching, cataloging. I felt small, inconsequential, a candle flickering against the vast patience of something older and darker than me. I began keeping a strict routine. Every night, the lights inside the RV were low, the doors locked, my journal beside me to record every sound, every movement, and still I couldn't sleep. I would wake to the sound of tapping, scratching, or sometimes just silence so dense it was louder than anything else. I learned to recognize the subtle patterns, the way shadows moved too deliberately, how the wind would pause before a knock, how the smell of iron grew stronger whenever I wandered too close to the forest's edge. On the seventh night, the climax of my fear began. I had fallen asleep early, thinking exhaustion might save me from the paranoia. But I awoke to a dim red glow filtering through the curtains. The moon, again, low and heavy, but its light was wrong. It cast shadows in directions that didn't align, bending trees into impossible angles. I saw movement, figures maybe, just at the edge of sight. Human? Animal? I couldn't tell. They were patient, quiet, just beyond my vision, watching, waiting. I realized then that Moonridge wasn't just a campsite. It was a lesson, a test, a reminder that the wilderness has its own memory, its own rules, and its own judgment. I spent hours that night tracing my own movements in the RV, keeping track of the time, trying to convince myself it was nothing but exhaustion and imagination. But when the moon set the second time, I heard it, a whisper, or maybe the wind imitating a voice, calling my name softly, insistently, with a familiarity that twisted my stomach. I wanted to flee, but I also knew that the forest wanted me to stay, to confront something I couldn't yet understand. The line between fear and curiosity blurred, panic and fascination intertwined. I don't remember when sleep took me, only that I woke to silence broken by the dawn. The forest was calm, deceptively calm, as if nothing had happened. Yet I knew it had. And when I finally drove away, leaving the ridges behind, I realized that Moonridge had changed me. Fear had been patient, relentless, and deeply instructive. I had been taught to listen to the subtle cues, to trust instincts over reason, and to respect a place that remembers every footstep, every heartbeat. The memory of that second moonrise, the impossible slow set that defied logic, remains vivid. I often find myself looking up at the sky, wondering if the world still holds corners like that, where the natural and the unnatural meet, and you have no choice but to confront the truth inside yourself. Moonridge taught me that fear isn't always a monster you can see. Sometimes it's a quiet insistence, a patient shadow, a voice carried in the wind that only calls to you when you've wandered too far into the wrong place, or maybe the right one. It is a teacher that doesn't yell, doesn't chase, it waits, and it never forgets. After Moonridge, I thought I'd leave fear behind in the forest. I was wrong. The drive out that morning should have been a relief, a return to ordinary roads, ordinary life. But even as the RV tires crunched over gravel and I passed the ridges shrinking in my rearview mirror, I felt the forest's shadow cling to me. It wasn't just memory. It was as if something had slipped inside the car with me, tucked into the corners, pressing gently at the edges of perception. The first sign came at a rest stop near the edge of the Appalachians. I was refilling water, stretching my legs, when I noticed the same pattern from the forest, shadows moving incorrectly. A group of trees behind the station cast long, improbable shapes across the pavement. For a moment, I swore I saw movement in those shadows, figures bending, kneeling, and then vanishing when I blinked. I laughed at myself, loud and bitter. I had to. Denial is a powerful defense when reality begins to shift. By late afternoon, I pulled into a small roadside campground in Kentucky. The place looked innocuous, empty except for a single RV parked under a cluster of oaks. But when I approached, I saw the same glint in the owner's eyes I had seen in Garrett's at Moonridge. His name was Howard, a stocky man in his 50s, quiet, his expression measured like he was weighing whether I was a threat or something else entirely. "Evening," he said, voice low. "You're welcome to stay, but don't stray far. Nights here, they have a mind of their own." I tried to smile, tried to convince myself I was overreacting. But as I set up camp, I couldn't shake the tension curling around my spine. I noticed the forest surrounding this small clearing was unnaturally dark, shadows pooling at the base of every tree. The air had that same metallic tang, faint but unmistakable, that had made my throat itch at Moonridge. Night came slowly, the sky bruising with twilight. I had barely cooked dinner when I heard it, a soft, deliberate scraping at the RV door. Not knocks this time, a slow, dragging sound. My hands tightened around the handle of the knife I kept by the bed. I told myself it was the wind, a branch, a raccoon even. But a part of me, the part I had tried to ignore after Moonridge, knew better. I recognized the rhythm, the patience behind it. It was waiting, watching. I didn't answer, I didn't move, I just listened. The scraping stopped. I exhaled, heart pounding, telling myself relief had arrived. But then came the whisper. Low, almost below hearing, but distinct. My name, drawn out, patient, undeniably human. And yet I knew no one was there. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the RV, notebook open, hands shaking, trying to write down what I felt. The forest outside pressed its weight against the walls, making the small metal shell of my RV feel like a cage too thin to keep out memory. And something more. I realized then that Moonridge hadn't ended. It had followed me. It had planted a seed of attention, a slow-growing awareness that I could not dismiss. By midnight, the dragging resumed, accompanied by a rhythm of tapping that echoed like it was inside my skull. I covered my ears, whispered nonsense to myself, but the sound persisted. And then, faintly, I heard footsteps on the soft dirt outside, not pacing, but deliberate, measured. A single step, pause, step, pause. My breath caught. Panic licked the edges of my mind. I wanted to bolt, but something rooted me to the spot. A mixture of curiosity and fear that had always followed me. I opened the door, flashlight trembling, and pointed it into the clearing. The beam caught nothing. No footprints, no shapes, only trees, black and still, the moon rising thin and pale over the branches. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified as if the forest itself leaned closer to observe my reaction. I realized with a sinking certainty that the moon that set twice was more than a phenomenon. It was a marker, a reminder that the natural world holds rules we cannot name, and that patience is often more terrifying than violence. The next morning, exhausted and haunted, I tried to shake it off. I walked the perimeter, making a mental map, noting landmarks, recording everything. The forest, or whatever consciousness resided there, played tricks. The trees seemed to move just slightly each time I looked away. Paths I had walked the day before twisted differently. Rocks and roots shifted underfoot as though reality itself was pliable here. I encountered another camper, a man named Paul. He was younger, early 30s, rugged and solitary. I tried to talk, tried to anchor myself to normalcy. But Paul was uneasy. He admitted he'd seen strange things here too, voices that weren't human, animals behaving like something older, smarter. He laughed nervously, shrugged. You get used to it, sort of. Or leave. Most leave. His words lingered with me. Moonridge had taught me patience. This place taught me endurance. Fear was a constant companion, and I began to recognize the patterns, the waiting, the rhythm, the subtle distortions of reality. By the fourth night, I was no longer a visitor. I was a participant. I noticed the forest whispering before noises happened. Branches creaked in patterns that predicted events. A soft knock, a scrape, a fleeting shadow. I began documenting everything, every anomaly, each sound, trying to convince my mind of logic. But logic failed. The moment I tried to define it, the forest shifted. I realized I was no longer in control. I was a witness, a careful observer of rules I could not name. Then came the second moonrise. It was never about seeing it twice. It was about noticing the difference. The first rise was passive, almost ceremonial. The second was insistent, purposeful. Shadows stretched differently, colors twisted, and the air vibrated with a low hum I couldn't place. I felt it then. The forest was aware. It was studying me, gauging me, testing limits. And in that moment, I understood that fear was not punishment. It was instruction. The forest taught patience, observation, and humility. Panic almost overwhelmed me. My pulse raced, every instinct screaming to flee to escape this relentless, intelligent wilderness. But flight wasn't the lesson. Endurance was, observation, reflection. I sat, trembling, watching the shadows bend and stretch, and I wrote. I wrote everything. The sounds, the movements, the ineffable weight pressing through the trees. The forest's presence was heavy, but so was a strange exhilaration. I realized that Moonridge had only been the beginning. Fear was a tool, sharpened slowly, not by terror alone, but by the awareness it demanded. As dawn crept through the thin canopy, light spilling pale and fragile over the clearing, I felt a shift. The forest loosened its pressure, as if satisfied I had observed correctly, had learned the patterns, not rewarded exactly, but acknowledged. The second moonset was over, but the lesson persisted. Fear, patience, attention. It was a triad I hadn't understood before, a rhythm I would carry forever. By the time I packed the RV and left that campground behind, I was exhausted in a way ordinary travel doesn't demand. The roads stretched ahead, mundane and straight, yet I carried the forest's memory in every sense. Moonridge had followed me here, in subtle distortions, in the faint metallic scent of air, in shadows that didn't match their sources. I realized that some places leave marks not on skin, but on perception, and these marks do not fade with distance. That night, parked beside a quiet river, I watched the moon rise once, pale and normal, and felt a pang of longing. I wanted to see it set twice again, to test myself, to remember the rhythm of fear and patience. But the real lesson was not in witnessing the impossible. It was in endurance, observation, and the quiet acknowledgement that some corners of the world do not bend to human expectations. The forest waits, patient, and fear is its tutor. By the seventh night since leaving Moonridge, I no longer fully trusted my senses. The lines between reality and perception had thinned until I couldn't say with certainty where the forest ended and I began. Shadows moved in ways that defied logic, stretching just beyond the flashlight's reach, curling into angles that no tree could naturally form. Sounds played against memory. A branch snapped behind me, then again, but I had not moved. Footsteps echoed over ground I had already crossed, yet there was no one there. I began speaking softly to myself, narrating each action as if naming my movements might anchor me to sanity. That night, I parked the RV on a ridge overlooking a narrow valley. The wind carried the scent of wet earth and something faintly coppery, like blood, but distant, diluted. I didn't investigate. Instinct, now sharpened by every previous encounter, warned me that some curiosity invites consequences. I sat inside the RV, door locked, flashlight in hand, journal open. I wrote down everything. The low hum that vibrated through the air before any sound, the way the shadows shifted as if alive, the metallic tang that sometimes clung to the back of my throat. Observation had become survival. The forest was no longer silent at night. It hummed, softly at first, then in rhythms almost musical, like a language I could not understand. It was patient, deliberate, and unnerving in its constancy. I tried reasoning. Maybe it was wind through the trees, maybe an animal, but every instinct screamed otherwise. Moonridge had been a warning. This was instruction. Fear was no longer reactionary. It had become anticipatory, a tool to sense subtle shifts, to notice minute details that would otherwise slip by. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of breathing. Not my own, too shallow, too deliberate, but someone else's. The RV was small, the door locked. I froze, straining to hear. The breathing matched my own heartbeat, measured and steady, yet impossible. The flashlight's beams swept the RV's interior and caught nothing. Panic pressed at the edges of my mind, yet I remained still, training myself to note, observe, and understand before reacting. The whisper came again, faint but unmistakable. My name. Drawn out, patient, not threatening, but intimate in a way that made my skin crawl. I spoke into the darkness, my voice trembling. Who's there? The forest answered not with words, but with rhythm. A tapping on the RV's side, a dragging sound across the ground, followed by silence. My instincts screamed to flee, but I didn't. Observation, endurance, patience, these were the lessons the forest had been teaching me since Moonridge. I realized then that panic would have been fatal. Hours passed. Shadows lengthened, twisted and shifted as though mocking logic. I saw forms in the periphery, fleeting glimpses of shapes that resembled humans, only wrong. Limbs bent impossibly, heads tilted at unnatural angles. They mirrored my own movements at a delay, a second behind, always watching, always patient. I began documenting their patterns, slow, deliberate, never hasty, yet always precise. It was a kind of intelligence older than any human mind, patient beyond comprehension. By dawn, exhaustion had blurred my vision. The RV felt simultaneously small and enormous, the forest pressing in closer than ever. I stepped outside, needing air, and felt the full weight of the valley's silence. Birds chirped as if nothing had occurred. Trees swayed gently in the breeze, innocuous, and yet the metallic scent lingered, stubborn and intrusive. I could feel eyes, or something like eyes, on me from the edge of perception. The forest had not relaxed its attention. It waited, always. Later that day, I met another camper, a woman named Mara, young, wary, with eyes that darted to the shadows as if expecting them to strike. She spoke cautiously, almost apologetically. "I've seen it," she said, voice low. "The shapes, the echoes. You hear things that aren't there. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it lets you leave." Her words weren't comforting. They were instructions disguised as warnings. Survival depended not on speed or strength, but on perception, patience, and understanding patterns. Night fell again. I tried sleeping, but the forest would not allow it. My body obeyed the need for rest, but my mind remained alert, parsing the sounds, observing the shadows. The second moonrise approached. I watched from the RV's small window, noting the subtle difference. It hung heavy, lower than usual, almost bleeding color into the trees. Shadows bent unnaturally. The rhythm of tapping and dragging began again, this time punctuated by whispers I could almost understand. Syllables that felt like name but not mine, repeated in impossible patterns. I opened the door. I had to. Curiosity and fear were tangled now, inseparable. The moment the beam of my flashlight hit the clearing, I understood. The shadows moved in unison, bending and curling to mirror not just my form, but my hesitation, my breathing, my heartbeat. They were patient, waiting for me to act. I tried to step forward, but the ground seemed wrong, shifting beneath my feet, making every movement deliberate and uncertain. I realized then that escape wasn't immediate. It was understanding, awareness, endurance. Hours blurred again. I moved cautiously, keeping track of every sound, every shift in shadow. The forest's patience was terrifying, but it taught me to be patient in return. Fear had evolved from reaction to insight. Every tap, every whisper, every metallic tang of air was a data point, a lesson encoded into instinct. The second moon's set was nearing, and I felt its importance pressing against my chest. It wasn't just a celestial event, it was a signal, a mark of timing, a confirmation that the world outside human expectation operated on rules I could barely grasp. When the second moon finally dipped behind the ridges, I understood. Relief did not come as release, but as recognition. I had survived the observation, the testing, the patient, relentless attention of the forest. Panic had not been fatal. Curiosity had not been fatal. Observation, endurance, awareness, they had preserved me. The forest's lesson was complete, or at least paused. I sat outside the RV in the dim pre-dawn, feeling the cool, metallic tang of the air lingering. My body was exhausted, but my mind was sharp. Fear had transformed into clarity. I understood, in a way I had never before, that the world holds corners we cannot fully comprehend. And sometimes survival depends not on brute force, but on patience, perception, and respect rules older than humanity itself. I wrote one final entry in the journal that night. Fear is not the enemy. It is the teacher. Observation is not passive. It is survival. Patience is not surrender. It is endurance. The forest waits, always. And so do I. The eighth night was the one I had been dreading without realizing it. By then, the forest had become a mirror for my own mind, reflecting hesitation, fear, and fleeting moments of defiance back at me. I felt its presence not as threat, but as consciousness, patient, relentless, omnipresent. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every whisper of wind felt deliberate, intentional, like it was guiding me towards something I could not yet name. I parked the RV at the edge of a small clearing. Moonrise was slow, heavy, and low. Its light spilled across the forest floor, bending shadows at impossible angles. I could almost see the patterns forming, a rhythm in the branches, a cadence in the sway of the trees, a pulse that synchronized with my own heartbeat. Fear had shifted. It was no longer raw terror. It was anticipation, a quiet tension that stretched every nerve until I felt exposed, alert, and alive in ways I had never been before. The first sign came from the ground beneath my feet, a faint vibration, subtle, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. I knelt, placing a hand on the soft dirt. The vibration pulsed against my palm, steady, measured, almost communicative. It was a warning, or perhaps a test. I lifted my head slowly, scanning the clearing. Shadows had coalesced near the tree line, forms too fluid to define, too precise to be random. My mouth was dry. My hands trembled, not from panic, but from the awareness that the forest was waiting for me to act or not act, and that both choices carried weight. A tapping began at the RV, soft, deliberate. I counted each strike mentally. 1, 2, 3, pause, 4, 5, each tap echoing like a drumbeat in my skull. It wasn't noise. It was language. I couldn't interpret the meaning, only the intent. Patience, observation, endurance. I realized then that the forest wasn't testing my courage. It was teaching me attention, focus, presence. I opened the RV door. The air was thick, metallic, almost sweet with the taste of iron. Shadows swirled at the edge of the clearing, bending like smoke, stretching like water. I stepped out, notebook in hand, documenting every movement, every subtle change in sound, light, or air. I walked slowly toward the tree line. Each step felt measured, consequential. I was no longer running from fear. I was walking into it, deliberately, cautiously, like a student approaching a master's lesson. Then I saw it. A figure, humanoid, impossibly tall, limbs long and bending at unnatural angles. Its head tilted toward me, motionless, patient, observing. I felt a shiver crawl along my spine, not from fear, but from recognition. It mirrored me. Every movement I made, it made after a heartbeat's delay. I realized then that this wasn't a predator. It wasn't malicious. It was awareness itself. The forest made manifest, reflecting every hesitation, every heartbeat, every breath back at me. I knelt and placed my hand on the earth again, breathing slowly. The figure mirrored the motion. I stood, moving deliberately, and the figure mirrored me, step by step. The forest's lesson was no longer abstract. It was immediate, embodied, undeniable. I felt a connection not with the figure itself, but with the rhythm of the environment, with the pulse of the earth, with the quiet insistence of observation and patience. Fear had become understanding. Panic had become insight. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the low hum of the forest, the subtle vibration beneath my feet, and the occasional soft tap echoing from the RV. The second moon rose again, low and red, spilling impossible shadows across the clearing. The figure remained, patient, unwavering, a reflection of my own presence. I realized that the moon, the shadows, the forest, and I were part of a single rhythm. Awareness was survival. Observation was life. Patience was power. By the first pale light of dawn, the figure dissolved into the forest, leaving no trace. The shadows returned to normal shapes, the low hum faded, the metallic scent dispersed. I remained kneeling in the clearing for a long moment, breathing deeply, recording in my journal everything that had happened. My hands were shaky, but my mind was sharp. Fear had transformed into clarity, panic into patience, dread into respect. I understood, finally, that the forest had not threatened me. It had taught me. As I returned to the RV and began packing for departure, I felt a quiet exhilaration I had never known. I had faced the patient, relentless awareness of something older, wiser, and far beyond human comprehension, and survived. Not by fleeing, not by forcing, but by observing, respecting, and enduring. Moonridge had planted the seed. The Kentucky forest had nurtured it into understanding. Fear was no longer enemy. It was guide, teacher, companion. Driving away, I glanced at the ridges fading behind me. The second moon's memory lingered back, haunting but instructive. I thought of Garrett, Elise, Howard, Paul, Mara, all the people I'd encountered, all the warnings I had ignored and then heeded in a different way. They had lived the rhythm before me, and I had learned it myself. Fear was a teacher that waited silently, with patience, and its lessons were exacting. By nightfall, parked beside a quiet river under an ordinary pale moon, I wrote one last entry in the journal. The forest waits, always. Fear is instruction. Observation is survival. Patience is endurance, and so are we if we are willing to listen. I closed the notebook and stepped outside. The air was cool, the river murmuring gently beside me. Nothing shifted in the shadows, nothing whispered my name. Yet I felt the presence of all I had experienced, the weight of every patient, deliberate observation, and I smiled. Fear had not broken me, it had shaped me. That night, for the first time in over a week, I slept deeply, fully, without interruption. I dreamed of low moons rising and setting, of shadows bending in perfect rhythm, of the forest watching but not threatening. When I awoke, sunlight spilling across the water, I realized something profound. The journey wasn't about confronting monsters or escaping danger. It was about recognizing the quiet, patient power of attention, endurance, and understanding. Fear, when met with observation, loses its sting. It becomes insight. I drove on, leaving the forest behind, but carrying it within me. The ridges, the impossible moons, the patient shadows, they were no longer external. They had become part of my awareness, a rhythm I could call upon whenever uncertainty, dread, or hesitation threatened. The forest had taught me that the world is older and stranger than we imagine, and that survival, real survival, depends not on strength or speed, but on patience, observation, and respect. The next morning, I woke to sunlight filtering through the RV's curtains, soft and forgiving, almost ordinary. For a moment, I thought the forests, the moons, the shadows, all the patience and terror had been a dream. But the journal on the table, heavy with observations, disproved that illusion. Every word, every line was a record of endurance, of fear transformed into awareness. I stepped outside and felt the air on my face. It was crisp, carrying the faint tang of river water, the smell of wet earth, and, faintly, a lingering trace of iron from the nights past. I breathed it in deliberately, letting it settle in my lungs, knowing that the forests had left a mark on me, not a scar, but an imprint of understanding. The kind of understanding that only comes when fear has been met, studied, and endured. I drove slowly along the winding road, the RV humming beneath me, feeling the weight of memory in every curve, every hill, every shadow that shifted just slightly in the afternoon light. I realized that my perspective had changed entirely. Fear was no longer something to resist or escape. It was a companion, a guide, a teacher. The forests had taught me to notice, to observe, to respect what I could not control. And in doing so, I had learned something about myself. Resilience is cultivated in patience, and awareness is forged in tension. That evening, I parked beside a quiet lake, the water still, reflective, mirroring the soft glow of a rising moon. It was ordinary, pale, and yet I couldn't help but watch carefully, remembering the impossible second rises, the patient figures, the rhythmic whispers in the night. I closed my eyes and allowed the memories to wash over me, not with panic, but with reflection. Each sound, each movement, each shadow I had witnessed was a lesson in patience, attention, and endurance. I could feel it now, deep within me, the rhythm of survival that the forests had painstakingly taught. I thought of Garrett at Moonridge, Elise in the store, Howard at the campground, Paul and Mara, each person a waypoint in the journey that had taught me to listen. Their warnings had been more than advice. They were the echoes of the forest's lesson, passed along like whispers in the wind, waiting for someone patient enough to hear. And I had listened. The lake's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the soft light of the moon. I took a step closer, watching the shadows stretch over the water. They were simple now, ordinary, yet I knew they could bend and twist, could test patience and attention if I allowed myself to forget the rhythm I had learned. The forest had not only been a place of fear, it had been a tutor, relentless in its patience, uncompromising in its demands. And in surviving, I had discovered a rhythm inside myself, a quiet strength that I would carry far beyond the ridges, far beyond the forests, far beyond the moons that set twice. I wrote one final entry in the journal, hands steady, mind clear. Fear is not the end. It is instruction. Observation is not passive. It is survival. Patience is not surrender. It is endurance. The world has its own rules, older than we can imagine. To survive, we must learn them, or at least respect them. And we are capable of more than we know, if we listen. As night deepened, I stepped outside, the cool air brushing my face. I felt a profound calm, the kind that only comes after truly confronting fear, after surviving tests that demand more than courage. They demand awareness, patience, and humility. I realized then that the forests had not trapped me. They had freed me. They had stripped away superficial confidence, fleeting control, and had replaced it with something deeper, an understanding of the world's rhythm and my own place within it. The moon hung low over the water, pale and ordinary. Yet I knew that in some hidden fold of the world, moons might rise and set twice, shadows might bend impossibly, and the forests might wait patiently for the next traveler. And when they did, fear would come not as a threat, but as a teacher. I felt a smile curl in my chest, not frivolous, not triumphant in the ordinary sense, but quiet, profound, steady. I had endured. I had observed. I had survived. And in doing so, I had learned something that could not be taken away. I stayed by the lake, watching the moonlight ripple across the water, listening to the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. The night was calm, patient, and I felt a connection I could not fully name, a link between fear and understanding, observation and survival, patience and resilience. The forests had spoken in their own way, and I had listened. That night, as I lay in the RV, I reflected on the journey. The moons, the shadows, the whispers, the forest's presence that was patient, watchful, relentless. And I understood that true courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to face it deliberately, to observe, to endure, to learn. Fear, when met with attention and patience, becomes insight, and insight, once earned, is permanent. I closed my eyes, the rhythm of the lake and the whispering wind settling into my chest like a heartbeat I could call my own. I had survived the impossible, endured the relentless, and discovered a quiet, profound strength. And in that understanding, I finally slept, fully, completely, knowing that fear had not conquered me. It had taught me. When I woke the next morning, sunlight spilling across the RV, I felt lighter. The forests, the moons, the shadows, all were behind me, yet part of me now embedded in awareness, in patience, in enduring understanding. I started the engine, took one last look at the lake, and drove forward carrying the lessons of the moons, the forests, and the patient fear that had reshaped me. Fear, I realized, is not a prison. It is a path, and sometimes the quietest, most relentless teachers leave the deepest marks. And as the road stretched ahead, the sky wide and open, I understood finally. The world will always hold shadows, whispers, and moons that set twice. But we are capable of more than we know, if we are willing to face them, observe them, endure them, and learn.